Oh, okay, great. Hello. Wow, what a time. Hello everybody and welcome. It is 1 a.m. where I am, and I really feel it. So 1:40, and I'm really feeling it at this point. I all the words have left my brain. We're gonna be playing some Wanderhome for this lovely Extra Life charity stream. But before I get into introducing the game and the world, I would love if everyone could introduce themselves. I will start with Brina, since you are the first on my screen.
Hi, howdy everybody. My name's Sabrina. I'm also Brina. You can find me everywhere at BBEG Brina, and also on the Strangers Guild. Owa, owa.
Great. Coral, if you want to go next.
Hi, everyone. My name is Coral Pecan on most of the socials. So that's TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, Be Real for some reason. And I'm also a regular contributor on the Under the Hive of Madness podcast. I'm here from the Warhammer 40K side of niche gaming internet and super excited to play this TTRPG.
Fully like if two games could be at more opposite ends of the spectrum of like rules and strategy and vibe,
for me.
They are truly total opposite corners of the gaming sphere. So spheres don't have corners.
Yeah, super excited to be here from the grimdark far future.
Welcome. Yeah, I'll pass it over to Haley.
Hi, I am Haley. Vaguely Haley on socials. That I do anything on them anyway. But they're up there. They ask you for them. I stream on Tales of Initiative every bloody stream. So I'm here all the time. So if you want like what we're doing here, just subscribe. All those bits and pieces. That's it.
Great. Taylor.
Hi, I'm Taylor, otherwise known as Virus05. You can find me on TikTok under that username, and then I realized that my Instagram does not match that name just now, so whoops, sorry to everyone who tried to find me on Instagram. But yeah, I also stream here on Tales of Initiative every Wednesday for Sunset over Vangalia, so great to be here, looking forward to trying a new TTRPG and being a part of Extra Life.
Well, thank you all for being here and I was going to say for being awake at this hour, and then I realized that it's like drastically different hours for the various people here. So I'll just leave it at here. I'm David. I'm going to be your GM. I am part of a regular Shadowrun game on Tuesdays over on D and Denial. I'm actually also going to be streaming this Sunday with Total Party Chill at 5 p.m. You can find me on socials at David Jones Kraus and Twitter at djoneskraus. And we're going to be playing some Wanderhome tonight. Just to introduce the game for those totally uninitiated, Wanderhome is a cozy core game about a bunch of cute animals doing cute shit. It is by the wonderful J Dragon and was designed in such a way that it's very rules light. It can be run GM-less or with a GM. There's going to be times where I use some of the like GM-less tools to pass some of the creative. I was going to call it a burden, but that feels rude. It's not a burden. It's nice to create stuff, I hope. Pass some of the like asking for inspiration from y'all the players. And I've written a little intro for the world itself that I'm going to go ahead and start reading, and then we can get into both some of the mechanics, and y'all can introduce your characters. That sound good to y'all? Great. So, in the first chill of autumn, a cool breeze carries the smell of drying leaves and evaporating dewdrops across rolling hills and valley glens. Through dense forests which in summer shield their residents from the sun's harshest rays, but now reach towards cloudy skies, barren and jagged as a witch's finger. Across the Isle of Morning Glory, kith of all shapes and sizes prepare for the inevitable. Though the frost of winter will soon settle in, they have more urgent matters to attend to. Competition is afoot. The pageantry of the Eastminster Tourney is a time for seasonal revelry, this year even more than most. Sweet stands fill the once sleepy rural streets with the smell of melting sugar and baking spice, of yeasted rolls and candied fruits. The spirits of the wood and hearth alight with new vigor as the boundary between their world and the world of kith grows thin to the point of tearing. Where for most of the year small sprites wander the world, flitting in and out of visibility like a cellar mouse. The pageantry of Eastminster Tourney is a time for seasonal revelry, this year even more than most. Sweet stands fill the once sleepy rural streets with the smell of melting sugar and baking spice, of yeasted rolls and candied fruit. The spirits of wood and hearth alight with new vigor as the boundary between their world and the world of kith grows thin to the point of tearing. Where for most of the year small sprites wander the world, flitting in and out of visibility like a cellar mouse. It is during the yearly harvest moon when they become tangible, audible, huggable. Phantoms of kith, normally bound to places of mortal import, are set loose upon the whole isle. It is said to be the only night when such phantoms may finally move on. The manifestations of spirits always brings a mix of excitement and unease, but this year, a new factor intensifies the already present fever felt by tourney-goers and townsfolk. For the first time in the 187-year run of the Eastminster Tourney, the competition is no longer reserved to those with pedigree. Lineage, though some might insist on its importance, has been done away with as a qualifying factor. Those who think they might be fit for the title of Harvest Herald and the cornucopia that serves as prize sail towards morning glory in droves. It seems that every dock is crowded with ships, each crowded with kith from the world over. Who wouldn't want the opportunity to spend the year fed by the finest offering from Olive Hearth's harvest? To avoid a stampede for registration, a lottery system was suggested. For each ship, a bushel of Sunbeam apples was sent directly to Morning Glory orchards. What a tongue twister. For each bushel, one of two of these apples was bound to be a starlet, an ethereal twinkle from its seeds and flesh. Year-round, it was a sign of fortune to come, and so the system was suggested by the very clever matriarch of the House of Corvus, the magpie matron herself, Emily Dunacht. So I'm going to have each of y'all go around. We're going to do, you're going to describe your character for me, what sort of archetype within this game your character fits. And in addition to the questions, actually, before you ask questions of one another, which is a thing I love about this game, I'm going to also have you answer for me where you are when you bite into your apple. And what the ship that you arrived on looks like. So I will start in reverse order. Taylor, if you want to kick us off.
Alrighty. To describe the character as well?
Yes. Describe your
Okay.
character, describe where you are, where you're coming from. Feel free to do it in whatever way feels organic.
Beautiful. Jackie is sitting on just whatever she can find that looks most like a rock. So whether that be a bunch of crates with a tarp thrown over them, sitting in the sun, sort of missing the harsh sun from the Australian coastal islands as this little quokka bites into her apple. She's wearing a very contagious smile. Her fur is a dusty grey with flecks of brown through it. There's some skin stains. Oh my gosh. Grass stains. There's some grass stains over her overalls and a cap that's always backwards regardless. Yeah, she's just super excited.
Incredible. Hey, what a tableau you've painted.
Yep.
Fantastic. Haley.
Perfect. So you see Mori, the firelight, so she's a fennec fox. And she's currently standing on the docks, watching all the people leave the ships, and she's trying to make eye contact with any and all of them to see if any of them want to be friends, or catch up, or anything like that. She relies on a lot of people around her to get stuff done, so she's trying to find her tribe after being alone for a little bit on this travel across. She has like tan fur with a couple of darker brown markings, and she carries like a wooden staff, and over the top of the wooden staff is a cloth, and you can see it's like quite bulgy underneath, like maybe there's a lantern or something under there, but it's completely covered with a cloth. She has a mud-soaked blue raincoat on that has like big pockets, and you can see one of the pockets is like a bulging square. She's got her playing cards in there. She has a big orange scarf and gloves, and she currently has a lit smoke as she is trying to catch eyes with someone that seems friendly.
I love that. Coral.
Okay, so Birdie the Bencheron is dead. So I'm just going to explain that. Nobody can see him right now. He's a spectral apparition of a Bencheron, but when we are able to see him, he's definitely dressed like kind of a Renaissance minstrel. He's got a lute. He's got a fun little cape. He's got a fun little Renaissance hat with a feather in it. Currently just kind of checking everything out, wishing he could eat an apple, but sadly cannot partake. And just kind of checking out the scene on the docks.
Amazing. And then I'll pass it to Sabrina.
Finley, the Shibu Inu, is sitting on a rock with a little ant friend sitting right beside them. They are wearing a long royal, like, purple cape, and has a little bundle of tulip buds tucked in their ear. Well, behind their ear, not in it. That'd be dangerous. And Finley is like spinning the apple in their hand and turns the bug and says, "I just want to put on a good show." Right before right before they take a bite of their apple.
Fantastic, and I already feel like I have such a picture of Finley, of all your characters, but amazing. So I'm going to introduce some of the mechanical stuff about Wanderhome. I imagine it's a pretty new game to most folks. Mechanically, it's pretty simple. Pretty much everything you do either costs a token or earns you a token. There are some things everyone can do and some things that are like archetype specific. But just to give viewers a sense of the things that everyone can do to get a token. Inconvenience yourself to help someone else, give away something you hold dear, pause for a moment to get some rest, leave an offering to a small or forgotten god. There's a few others there, but they're all like small moments for characters. And similarly, there's some things that everyone can always do to spend a token, rather, can spend a token to always do, like easing someone else's pain or keeping someone safe. And I think we'll sort of end I'll call it like idle dreaming is a term from other GMless systems of like us sort of creating the world by having you guys ask the questions of one another. But before we get there, I asked y'all to have some dice prepared because the way that we're going to sort of start to paint the scenery of Morning Glory, of the township and the surrounding landmarks, I'm going to have each of y'all roll a die. We're using if you've got the book open, our first place landmarks, and from there, the first roll, ones and twos will be from the comfortable category, threes and fours will be the verdant category, and fives and sixes will be the liminal category. We're going to wind up picking two of these to start, and once we move into the tourney itself, we'll pick a couple more as sort of destinations. Does anyone feel moved to roll first?
I'll roll
I'll do it.
first.
Oh, no, you go.
Okay. I got a 5.
Great. So we're looking at a liminal space. Taylor, if you called out simultaneously, if you want to be our second roller.
4.
Fantastic. So this is a port, which auspicious given that we've quite literally got a port. So I would love if each of y'all would add some defining feature to this port, some key characteristic element. I'm happy to kick it off with the idea that it is overcrowded. There are probably 5 or 6 ships, everything from dinghies to large what's the term? But basically rich people boats. It's like the ships with I mean that is like a current. I don't think it would have been yachts back then. There's a specific term for like the kinds of ships with the multiple sets, like tiers of sails. Big boats owned by rich people. We'll say for now. But truly like a menagerie of different shapes and sizes. If anyone feels immediately like they have an idea.
There are also benches lining the port that have like moss and vines that are growing onto them.
I love that.
A bunch of vendors that are selling like different snacks and like food and whatnot are up a bit further. Always snacking.
And little horse-drawn carriages, bringing the animals to their ships to and from. Fancy rich people horse taxis.
Can I ask an important question? And I genuinely don't care what the answer is. Are these like animal horses, or are these horse kith who are employed in like a what's that called? Like a scrimshaw? The thing you like.
Oh, they're miniature Shetland ponies.
Incredible.
They've
I
got to be
like that very
kith.
much.
They've got to be kith, right?
Yeah,
talk
they're
back.
they're tiny. They're adorable, and they're tiny little carriages.
I love that. Their little fur-coated hooves clacking against the moss-covered stone. Incredible.
I'll take it down a slightly darker
Yeah.
path. Towards the end of the docks and the pier, there is an abandoned ship that has just sort of done its time out on sea. There are rumors now floating around that it's haunted. There are gaping holes in its hull. Kids try and dare each other to go and scope it out, and they always chicken out at the very last second. It's just a very ominous thing to look at, but it's a bit of fun.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I think there's without a doubt, there's like legitimate questions people have about why it hasn't sunk yet. And like, obviously it would be a problem if it sank, but it's also bizarre that it hasn't. I love that. Great. So between Sabrina and Haley, which one of y'all would like to roll for our second like category of landmark?
You can go, Sabrina.
Okay.
Go. You go. I'll go second.
I got a 2.
Great. So a 2 is a comfortable locale. Haley, if you would roll.
1.
A farm.
Aw.
Okay.
That's so cute.
Yeah. So you know, I was talking about orchards before, and truly I do think that like the Isle of Morning Glory is full of the cultivation of a huge array of crops. But I imagine that, you know, not in like the middle distance, sort of just over the hill, the heads of whatever has been planted, I'm not going to define it, is just sort of visible. And if you listen closely, you can hear the sounds of farmers furious about the work of harvesting their crop.
It's a sunflower farm.
Oh,
I love that.
okay.
Once again, I would invite y'all to provide a detail about the about our sunflower farm.
There is a duck pond.
Okay.
There's like a large duck pond kind of off in the corner at the edge of the sunflowers, and there are a couple of willow trees and other kind of pond-like trees hanging out, but the ducks hang out there because they like to eat the seeds.
I love that.
There's a mound of dirt that has like a very poorly drawn X over the top. As if a little tiny kid was trying to mark their treasure.
Cute.
I love that. Taylor, if you'd like to bring us home.
There is a constant, very light, dull hum in the background as there are many, many beehives working hard to keep all the sunflowers pollinated. And a lot of their honey can be found at the vendors at the docks as well.
I love that, and I'm gonna ask the same question that I asked of our ponies. Are these beehives like bees, insects, or are they kith? Are they you know like human intelligence creatures?
I think that they'd be kith. You know, they know their role. Like, this is what they do, and they're providing to the community.
I love that. I imagine almost like their hives are those like they're like tiered wooden homes, you know, windows in the surface of their like round conical structure. I love that.
Yeah.
And the ducks are kith.
I
Sure.
picture like a pig working there as well, and he's just got little bee wings on, and he's got his like little spray, and he's working there too. Why not?
Yeah. It's look, found family takes many forms, and certainly there's no shortage of work. I love that. Um, Fantastic. So, one of the things I really love about Wanderhome is that part of character creation is you ask a question of the people at the table. Obviously, this is a virtual table, so there's no to the left and to the right of you. So I guess sort of as you are arranged on your own screen, if we could try to do a sort of round table so that everyone gets at least one question. Um, and I defer to y'all on who would like to kick off said questions.
Mine are already locked in, so if
Yeah.
we can, I'll just explain what mine were, I guess. So, Emmy, why does my firefly like you so much?
It is drawn to my inherent theater kid singer songwriter energy and the vibes. The vibes are strong and immaculate between me and this firefly, mostly because of the music.
Yep. I love that so much. Oh my god. And Taylor, what did I show you that you didn't want to see?
You showed me that there are some pretty dark and dangerous places in the dark. I have a tendency to wander off into dark places, just like to venture off and explore new things, and showed me that some of them are not the safest places to hang out, with like cliff drops and dark loving other animals that are a little more dangerous than what we're used to encountering, so yeah.
Yeah.
So, my questions for Brina. What endearing nickname have you given me?
Ooh. Oh. What did you say that you wear? Like
I've got grass-stained overalls and a backwards red cap. I nearly said skin again!
I think Finley calls you Red then.
For the hat. I love that.
Yeah, for the hat. I adore it. It's for the skin stains.
You're creating a really dark backstory for this character that I'm
didn't mean to. I promise I didn't mean to.
The big reveal is it's dye, it's hair dye.
Yeah. Make it real dark. It's actually how Coral died. No, I'm joking. No, I'm sorry. No, not at all. I'm sorry. Oh wow. But what did I do to you that made you like truly next level get on your nerves?
Who's that to?
Sorry, it's to Carl.
You killed me. I'm maybe not. That's
it totally
great.
could be. I'm like I want
Okay.
to. I absolutely welcome that if that is the thing, but
You know
it
what?
also does not have to be.
I love it. We're gonna work with it. It was a complete misunderstanding. It was a case of mistaken identity. It was a complete accident, but I am the kind of person. Yes.
Can I propose a circumstance based on what we were
Sure.
talking about in the dark?
Yeah, absolutely.
So you talk about like dark precipices, and I imagine that a poet such as yourself might go to ponder the dark and treacherous corners of the world, and Jackie, in a moment of started at another living person, and how is she to know that the edge was so close?
Mhm. Absolutely. So,
Yeah.
you were the person, the Kith that did murder me, but, it was an accident. And I've completely forgived you, moved on. And I call this a second impression.
You say completely. The question was, what did this person do to absolutely get on your nerves? So I don't know if
Kill
I
them.
absolutely forgive him, but
That would get on their nerves.
yeah, and justifiably, honestly, like, yeah,
I think
incredible.
Birdie can sometimes just not really be capable of anger. And, everything was a complete misunderstanding. And we've kind of talked about it in the spirit realm. And I think that their actions were completely justifiable, and I'm good with it. We've moved on.
I love that.
Murderers to friends, the archetype.
Yeah,
Classic.
Amazing origin story.
My favorite trope.
That's true.
Murderer to lovers. Now that's really the.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah. So Sabrina, Coral, do either of you want to be
Yeah.
next with your questions?
I got it. Haley, what do I say that you've gotten so tired of?
I love this question.
Oh gosh. I think. So here's a question for you. Does your aunt speak out loud or only to you?
Only to me, I think.
So
Yeah.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
No, really, he said
Yeah.
that.
No, what? Because every other Kith I've seen can speak, so this is confusing that there is a random insect that is that I don't believe you. It doesn't say anything.
The ant does speak to me. I can speak to the firefly, and I can speak to the ant.
Taylor, why are you so patient with me?
Because we all have to start somewhere and learn new things, and getting irritated and frustrated and urging you to hurry up and do things isn't going to get us anywhere.
Yeah.
I love that.
Amazing. And then wait, I think Coral. Sorry.
Yep,
yeah,
I haven't asked.
Great.
Okay. My question to Taylor is, are you okay with the poem I wrote about the incident?
I thought you were just going to leave it as, are you okay?
Yeah, are you okay?
Are you okay?
I wrote the equivalent of, All Too Well Taylor's version. It is a 10-minute long epic poem. And you are the Jake Gyllenhaal in that one. Are you okay with the way that I depicted you in my song All Too Well, Birdie the Binturong's version?
Yes.
Okay.
It was an accident. It was how we bonded and was able to move on and become friends from the whole interaction.
Absolutely. Yes. And my other question is to Haley. And what is something that you have to keep explaining to me over and over about the world?
Oh gosh. How corporeal are you? Can you pick things up and stuff?
No.
We decide no? That
I
you can't
passed
pick,
right
can't
through.
pick things up.
It's just through the power of show tunes that I am able to take a more corporeal form. Right now, I am floating through everything.
So what I'm always telling you is that you need to stop trying to pick things up. You go to grab things all the time.
I try to pick
And
things
you
up in my little Binturong ghost hands, and they just keep falling.
falling through it. It's a reminder that you maybe are dead. You need to remember that.
It's true, I don't remember most of the time.
There you go.
Amazing. I think given your mentioning of said show tunes, and I think maybe let's start with where you are. Which first tell me where are you haunting? What is your regular place?
Oh, you know that creepy ship on the docks? Yeah, that's my green room. That's my dressing room. I wake up there every morning. I contour in there, and I get ready for a day of scaring the kids at the docks.
I love that. Absolutely. Yeah. So I mean, I think then you're in the ship. You're doing your your morning warm ups. You're contouring.
My calisthenics.
Yes. Breath work. You don't breathe, but like breath work from like a vocal perspective, still important.
Red leather, yellow leather.
Yeah, yeah, precisely. And I think that you hear a loud slam come from the deck that's on the port side, as someone sort of storms onto the boat and begins to pace back and forth. Do you go investigate?
I do. I apparate through the wall, and I get up there. They can't see me, so I can fully have an awareness of what's going on the port side of the ship. So I go that way. Absolutely,
yeah. So as you do, you see it is a mole man, a man who is a mole. And within his sharp claws, he has an apple. And you would think, given that the bite out of it reveals it to be one of said starlit apples, that his reaction would be joy. And it is evident from his emotional state that it is sheer panic. And he paces back and forth and says, Benvolio, you absolute idiot. Why did you didn't even have to take one. You didn't even have to. I just don't get, if only, oh my God, she said that if you hum the tune, and he begins to hum to himself a song that, I mean, y'all didn't say this, but a song his older sister taught to him, that a grounding exercise. But as he begins to hum this tune, as he begins to repeat the familiar words, you feel your feet, which normally hang just above the floor, start to make contact with it. You feel your body becoming suddenly constrained by the wall that you are presumably partway through.
I continue to sing the song. I just kind of help him. I just start singing the song. There's a leg coming through the wall. I kind of push myself because I know when it's coming, and I know when I'm starting to like manifest. So I push myself out to be in the same area that he is. And I apologize profusely because I know that my semi-spectral Renaissance Binturong appearance can be very off-putting based on past experiences to people when they see me for the first time.
Absolutely, and I certainly think that Benvolio has a moment when you're singing with him where he is so lost in the song when it is reminiscent for him of this like sharing it with a sibling, that he is not even like holding the idea that there is another presence with him in the space, and certainly he reacts to you with a start and says, "Oh my God, is this your I shouldn't even be here. I thought it was going to be abandoned. I just needed a place to be alone. I'm so sorry.
Art thou lost, ye mole man?
You have a funny way of speaking. No, I'm not. I mean, like metaphorically, sure. What it. Okay, I think actually you could help me so much. Do you want this? Because I don't. Because I can't. Because it's not.
Long have I sought the flavor of the apple, for oft am I but a incorporeal presence, a concept, if thou wilt. May I perchance taketh a bite of thine apple?
Yeah. No. I mean, of course. Is that like a metaphor? Or are you saying that you're
Nay,
before?
I am literally a concept. I realize that perhaps this is very difficult to explain, but I am Showtune. Thou wert singing a song from my time, from millennia ago. It is a song called Firework, and thou doth not have to feel like a plastic bag drifting through the wind, wanting to start again. Thou art a firework. Now give me thine apple.
I think he has a moment of questioning your sanity as like a is this person crazy, or is this truly and I think he comes to a moment where he doesn't care, and he holds the apple out to you.
I can understand that thou might have questions. When I do materialize, I have this pamphlet. Thou must have a lot of questions. I have these frequently asked questions written here on this piece of parchment. If thou wouldst just like to orient thyself.
I mean, honestly, to have literally just anything to like that's not my own life to think about, and yeah, if you hand him something, he absolutely takes it from you, and for a moment is holding it and the apple, and then is like tries to pass the apple off to you. Yeah, do you take it?
Yes, I take the apple in my little ghost paws and I chow down on it. It's the first meal I've had in about a year now.
Yeah,
I'm
I think
really into this.
I think there's something about it that, like, obviously your meals are few and far between. And your corporeal time is infrequent. You have watched centuries come and go, embodied only by the spirit of show tunes. But something about it feels concrete. Something about the this particular apple feels like it is lending you a quality of physicality that is not necessarily its own separate magic, but is like stabilizing the reaction that you have had to the song. Feels like you are not slipping away again as the song has stopped. The same way that you often feel.
I am a firework.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, this is really grounding. This is great. And I'm coming out in full color. I have, of course, this off-putting kind of Ren Fair cosplay on that the inhabitants of this world may find somewhat upsetting. But again, I've got the FAQ all typed up. So I'm just really hoping that Benvolio isn't too off-put by this kind of strange person materializing in front of him.
Yeah, I think where we will transition away is as he licks a claw to flip to the next page and be like, wait, so if you were around for the... I'm going to transition over to I'm sorry, I'm forgetting your character's name. Finley. I'm going to transition over to Finley as they are. I mean, let me. I feel like it's especially relevant to you given you are royalty. What is the name and aesthetic of the ship that you arrived on?
The ship that I arrived on is like a beautiful rich wood that has like gold going up the poles, and the flags and sails are like made of silk, which aren't like super helpful, but like really stylish. You know, we get there slowly, but we get there in style.
You've been sailing for 4 months, but it was a lavish 4 months. Absolutely.
Yes, and it's the Windsor,
Yeah.
Finley Windsor, the youngest of all of the children of the king, and is on this boat just hoping and praying for a little special apple.
Absolutely. So I think you are. Are you in your room? Or are you on the deck? I would love to know where you are as we sort of start this scene.
Finley's on the deck. Finley likes to observe people, so they are looking out at the crowded pier, and hoping to be able to actually connect with people.
For sure. So I think there's a moment when you make eye contact with a distant figure, lit ember betwixt their fingers, looking out in similar kind for others. And I think it's an interruption of that your father's advisor, who you begrudgingly let accompany you on this journey, I'm going to call him Billingsley. Billingsley is an old Great Dane. He's got like a very traditional formal wear situation happening. He's got some ruffles. He's got ruffles around the collar. And he approaches and says,
"Sir, I believe this particular fruit may be of interest to you this morning."
and holds out an apple to you.
Billingsley, I want to get the apple like everybody else.
I understand, sir. And you may absolutely do so if it is your inclination. Forgive me. I know that I can at times be overbearing, but I promise, should you want to should you feel moved to participate, I would recommend the fruit in my own hands.
There, you don't have to apologize. Give me the apple. You worked hard for it, I'll eat it.
Yeah, he hands it to you, and there is very clearly like a like razor thin, but nonetheless like I think you can probably feel it more than you can see it, like place where this apple has been cut into. And he hands it to you and says,
Very good, sir. And
I will also say, when you pat him on the head, the look on his face is one of like he is like 3 pats away from snapping. As you apologize, he softens and says,
very good, sir. Shall I draw you a bath? Shall I prepare your riding carriage? How would you wish to spend the morning in anticipation of the festival?
Now, I don't think a picture of a bath is gonna get me very clean.
Sir, are you? No, of course not. Very good, sir. Perhaps I make a bath instead. Should cleanliness be of interest to you?
That would be nice.
Okay, very good, sir. I'm on my way then.
He turns around and he's got 2 little coattails, and each of them has little bells on them. These are bells that I think you have requested be there so that he doesn't startle you. As he makes his way to the lower decks to draw you a bath before you head into town for the day. So, if it is all right with you, Taylor and Haley, I would love to start y'all's scene together. So I would love if you would tell me, Taylor, how does Jackie run into Maury? What is the precipitating circumstance?
So Jackie's sitting on the crates and whatnot, just sort of happy to be there, and then having Maury wanting to make eye contact with anyone and everyone, curiosity gets the better of me. So I push myself off, and I more skip. It's like that awkward, like, galloping skip. And I just come right up, jump in front of you. Hi!
Oh no, I was muted. Hey!
What you doing?
Waiting for you. Hi. Sorry.
Here I am.
Are you here for the festival?
Mm-hmm. Are you?
Yeah.
It's gonna be so fun.
I can't wait. Have you ever been to one before?
No, first time.
Where did you come from?
I came from the land down under.
Insert pan flutes.
Oh my god. Wow. That's far.
I don't like the sea.
No, that boat ride would have been awful then.
Mm-hmm. What about you? Where'd you come from?
Around. I'm here, there, and everywhere all the time.
Nice.
I think that as y'all are having this conversation, there's sort of a simultaneous. You've got carriage with bushels of apples riding by you, and Maury, the lump atop your staff, flutters in such a way that it gives one of these Shetland ponies a startle. There's a jolt in the cart, and 2 apples fall from the back of the cart and roll to sort of hit you in your respective boots. Or shoes, I should say. Maybe you're not wearing shoes. Whatever's on your feet is what it hits.
2 little tiny beans. I'm gonna reach down and grab the apples and offer one to Jackie. For you? Oh,
So you're muted.
My bad. I take it very, very eagerly. Don't snatch it, but like, oh, yes, please. And you can see that I am openly wearing the Ring of 99 Vengeful Demons, one of the greatest treasures from the King of the Floating Mountain. But I don't believe it to be real. So to see that kind of artifact just willy-nilly on some strange little quokka is very unusual.
Oh. That looks fancy.
This old thing? I just found it.
Ah. Well. Noted.
Do y'all bite into said apples?
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely. Devour the entire thing in
Yeah.
a couple of bites.
Yum, 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 like rotating it like corn.
I think that as this happens, there is a growing number. Like I imagine that you are both kind of oblivious to it, but there is a growing crowd of people who are watching y'all like devour fruit that qualifies you to participate in the tourney, and a mounting jealousy before I think a large ursine figure approaches you both and says, "Hello. How are you doing this morning? Wait, sorry, I'm looking for his name. Yeah. My name is Ernst. I believe that you both," and he gestures with a large furry paw towards the fruit in your hand.
I believe you've both just qualified for the events of this day. If you would
What?
care to accompany me, I'm actually heading over to the. Oh, you don't.
For...
Oh, yeah, yes. So the tournament, the Eastminster tournament. That
Yeah, that's what we're here to watch.
Yeah.
I fear that you may have just unwittingly entered yourselves into. It's quite strange, may I ask, how you came about those fruit.
They were just here.
Yeah. She gave me one.
Where did you get them?
Right here. And I lean down and I put the core of the apple back to my foot.
I think perhaps I'm not communicating well. Before they were at your feet, where did those apples come from?
It's divine intervention.
I fear you may be right. It would be quite rare that 2 apples to 2 individuals such as yourself would both be starlit fruit. But very well, please accompany me to my tent, or certainly I will see you later. But if you would like another companion in anticipation of today's events, and he pulls out actually I think as he reaches into, he's wearing sort of a dirty gray, almost black, maybe it was once black trench coat, and the pocket that he reaches into with the similar core of a starlit apple is full of paintbrushes, and as he pulls out the apple, I think that like the butt end of it itself has a little bit of paint caked onto it, and he tries to sort of quickly wipe that off.
Can I reach into his pocket and grab a paintbrush and ask, what's this?
Yeah, yes, absolutely. Yeah, so you do that, and he says, "Oh, I'm you. I was going to say you may know my work, and I suspect perhaps not, but regardless, I'm a painter by trade, and
Ooh.
the tent I invited you both to join me at is one where I will be selling my wares throughout the. I guess someone else must be. Oh God, I have to figure out who's gonna sell my paintings. And he sort of he lumbers off to figure that out, leaving you to, really leaving all of you to enjoy the market and its stalls.
Oh, I wonder what kind of medium he uses. What's your favorite kind of painting?
Like macaroni.
Me too! It's my favorite too! Yeah. Wow.
Do you use the glue and the glitter as well?
I mean, it wouldn't be painting without glue.
That's right. Everyone back home says it's not painting, but you have to use a paintbrush to spread the glue exactly where you want it.
I agree wholeheartedly. Should we go check out his tent, or do you want to get some food?
Oh, how about we get some food and go to the tent?
Good plan.
Because you said we qualified, but then he panicked about his wares, so I'm confused.
I don't know how
I'm curious.
Yeah, that too. I don't know how I'm going to be able to perform and watch all of the other things going on at the same time. I'm gonna have to figure that out.
Just breathe. It's cool.
Okay, well, I mean, let's go. And I want to lift up the little cloth that's on my lantern, and I just go, "You good? All right." And I just close it back.
A gentle flutter that like settles into, almost like when you watch a bird like nestle in on a branch for the night, that like tucking of wings and folding of self.
What time of day is it? Morning?
Yeah, it's like mid morning. It's not early morning anymore, but I would say it's maybe 9 or 9:30. If you're planning on watching the festival, you would know that the tourney's entrance would be announced at the like noon bell. So I will defer to you all what you do in anticipation of that. And it doesn't have to be anything. We can jump straight there if you don't think you would do anything. But if there is something you think your character would do, I would love to play that out.
I realize I'm muted, but sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, find a vendor for the honey. And see if we can get like honey-coated popcorn or something.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I think that there is a lot to what we were talking about earlier. I think a lot of people have things that are like the honey is the like one of the seasonal, like this is fresh, this is something that you can really only find here. And I think that just about everything that should be coated in honey, and maybe a few things that shouldn't be, are available. You mentioned popcorn.
Fish.
There's absolutely yeah. So there's absolutely some honey coated popcorn, some honey coated cod, some honey coated peanuts. Yeah. Yeah. The stalls that line the market are they're old. They're pretty much all like wheel drawn. Clearly, people sort of drag these in and set them up in this like once a year way. That seems like kind of a big to do. You see a family of shrews tending to one of those big like popcorn kettles to make like kettle corn. Two of the kids sitting on the lip, sort of passing the stirring rod back and forth.
I am in a more corporeal form, and I realize I am starving, so I'm gonna go get some of that popcorn.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think that as you make your way into town in particular, there are to the extent that you have haunted this place for some time. It's not everyone. It's a lot of the older people, right? It's there's an elderly pigeon woman. She's in a wheelchair, and she turns and sees you, and is like, "By God, I never thought I'd see the day." And her son turns to her and is like, "What? I don't." And they start to sort of have a conversation about the fact that you are here in the market square. Yeah, and then similar reactions happen in a couple other places. People who know what you are.
Okay. Also, I think just because I'm a little self-conscious, I'm thinking to myself, I am really not dressed for this. My Ren Fair garb is real conspicuous, and if I'm going to be competing today, I need to go find something to wear that's going to make me blend in a little bit more.
Absolutely, and I think that there are tailors, but whether there are both tailors and clothing shops of a wide variety. Nowhere could someone like Finley show up and there would not be, a spider kith spinning her own silk into gorgeous suits, and at the same time, there's also this. I imagine that there's sort of three different. Trying to think of, like archetypes for the kinds of clothing that people like to buy and wear at an event like this. One of them is your very upscale thing, like I just described. One of them is something that is festive and bright, maybe some floral prints, probably on a lot of like linen and other relatively breathable fabric. People know they're going to be moving around a lot through the day, and then there is a specific. I'm almost like it's not really ritual clothing, but more like a traditional dress that is something that has been worn for basically the entire history of this. And there are vendors who, probably multiple of them, who sell pretty much these exclusively. People buy them as souvenirs to take home.
Perfect. I think that is what I am going to go try to purchase.
Uh, Fantastic. Yeah. I think that you go to a vendor who's got these. Let me ask. So you get into the market, and you see that there is an owl woman who's got them on sort of either arm, and you see a ferret or ferret looking person with them sort of across mannequins, showing them in their full glory. Which one of them do you approach?
How do you do, fellow rodent person? I'd like to buy a dress. So going for the ferret.
Good then. Might I ask, what size do you? Well, what do you have to offer?
I have this bag of doubloons, if you will.
Oh, that'll he takes that right out of your hand. The moment you like I maybe don't think you realize that what you are holding is enough for him to close up shop for the day. But I think that he shoos away the other customers and pretty quickly it's like can I get that fit for you? Can I let's make sure this feels right. You're paying a lot of money for it.
Yes, I'm hoping that these coins would be enough to remunerate with thee, if thou wilt.
I will. I will all day. Yeah. He sets about making it fit for you. Let me ask, how is Finley spending the morning?
Finley takes their bath so that they don't have to feel bad, and then immediately also is going for that honey stand for all of the little snacks.
Fantastic. So I imagine that as you depart your ship, Billingsley starts to sort of try to follow in tow. Do you try to lose him, or do you let him accompany you?
I let him follow me, but I whisper to the ant on my shoulder to like keep an eye out for him.
I love that. So I think he doesn't believe that the ant is doing that, but I think he takes away from that you are mindful that he is following, and on hearing that gives you some distance, is not stepping in your footsteps, but is sort of making sure that you are safe from a distance. And I think as he hears you say that,
Unbecoming of a prince to talk to himself in such a manner.
Great, yeah. So I imagine that all three of you then are at among the varied honey stands. I imagine they sort of have their own like sector of this market. What is each of you drawn to in the honey coated department?
I think when Finley is going there, they really want like a honeycomb on a stick, but as soon as they see the red cap, they're making a beeline for red.
I love that. And to maybe add in some understanding of where the nickname came from. How did you two meet? Like I would love like a brief description of the tableau.
Maybe on our way over here, we both stopped at the same dock to get like resupply and whatnot. So treating it like a bit of a cruise. You stop off at different islands on the way, and that's where we bumped into each other and just became instant friends.
I love that. I'm picturing, a desert island, a few ships docked on a beach, and you two chatting the night away before having to get back on your respective ships. Fantastic. Yeah. So you make a beeline for red. What do you say? Yeah.
said you made it.
I'm like bouncing on the spot waiting for you, and as you make it within like jumping distance, I body tackle you.
Oh, it's so nice to see you again. And
You
Finley's
too.
like patting your back.
I'm like grabbing your face and there's those fluffy cheeks.
Thank you.
And then I'll pull you up and you've got to try some of this. Oh my goodness.
Oh, I'm so excited. Lead the way.
I think that as the like I mentioned this family of shrews, and I think in particular the parents watch as a quokka in stained overalls ruffles the face of the prince. Not direct heir to the throne, but royalty nonetheless. And they watch with just like shock, just like abject. I think their mother like looks around to see if someone is gonna come to like separate this as though it were a fight. Billingsley, if anyone looks at him, just lets out a sigh and watches from a distance. Great. So okay, big honeycomb on a stick. Absolutely. I see it. I see the honey dripping all over your Shiba Inu face. What about for Haley and Taylor? What do you picture y'all's characters getting and eating and doing while eating?
First, Maury checked out all the lines and was like, absolutely not. I'm not waiting in line for anything. And so she's currently standing at like the top of the road where like she can see her now friends standing there getting stuff, and she's just tapping her foot and smoking a cigarette. And she just looks like, and she kind of like is going to like come up and be like, hurry up. But she's also just being like, I'm trying to practice my patience, but she is not doing great.
Absolutely, I love that. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you are waiting for them sort of at the. I don't know if any of y'all have been to Portobello Road in London, but it's got a sort of slow. It's a area with a bunch of like vintage stores, and people set up stalls on the weekends, and there's like a slow incline at a certain point, and I imagine you are at the top of this incline.
I feel like she went to the smallest line, like the vendor with the smallest line. So there's probably like little squids dipped in honey that she's like got on a skewer, and she's standing there like, come on, hurry up.
Absolutely.
Schedule.
Yeah. It's important. I was gonna say, oh right. So just to sort of paint the scene, at the very top of this hill is what. Almost like, at the top of houses there are those directional wind, like it'll be like a rooster, and then it's got the north, south, east, west. There is one of those, but it's far more elaborate. It doesn't have a rooster on it either, I should say. There is a wind-driven metal device that has several sort of layers of gears, and I imagine that you would all know, as people who are familiar with the tournament, it is the vehicle by which the various bouts are decided on what is going to be the competition in question. And the idea is that it's fall, the winds are changing, and to let sort of to let change be the guidance for what folks are going to do. Before we sort of transition into that, does anyone else have anything they want? I imagine that our poet is dressed in a finely tailored. I really didn't really describe it. I think it is. So we talked about sunflowers. I think maybe sunflowers are the motif then for this. It is sort of a variegated like lighter blue and darker blue, and then sort of at the collar level there is green, and then motif of sunflowers blazoned across the shoulders.
Cute.
Let me ask. So they offer both a skirt and a pant variety. Which do you opt for?
The skirt.
Fantastic. Looking dramatic as hell. I love it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and for what it's worth, I think that there are like, so let's maybe a falcon walks by you and goes, huh, and is wearing a not as well tailored version of the same outfit, and sort of stomps off to to a vendor, to that owl, I think, and points at you and starts being like frantic.
If thou art broke, just say that.
Fantastic. Cool. Is there anyone else? Cool. If it's all right with everyone, then I think it maybe makes sense to take a break, and then when we come back, we can get into the tourney proper. Great.
So excited.
See you in 5?
Sounds
Yeah.
good.
Is anyone?
Okay. All right.
Oh, we are not on break on
No.
stream.
Nope.
Well,
How's
you know
everyone
what?
doing?
It's yes. How is everyone doing? I was just immediately going to bring up the fact that you inserted the macaroni art into the game. This was a debate we were having before about whether it is painting, macaroni painting, and truly torture to sit in silence. I have debated being like someone, I just insert a stranger to walk up and be like, it's not painting. I kid.
Art is
yeah.
art. It's open to interpretation. Whatever is your vice, whatever is your
It's true.
muse.
If the macaroni painting makes you upset, then it has to be art because it invoked emotion.
You know what? That's an exceptionally good point.
Yes.
That
Yes.
is powerful.
You know that my master's degree is in arts management.
I love that. It's very what is it? George Saunders said something like the sign of a true like the sign of true art is that you are changed on the other side of it or something. Like, yeah, absolutely. I am changed in that I am emotional about whether it is painting.
I'm full of rage and macaroni.
Yeah, I wish I was full of macaroni right now, honestly. Cool. We are sort of taking this break informally in that we were not taken to break on the stream, but that's fine. I mostly just wanted us to have a sec to step outside of the game. In
do
part,
have to disappear. Real
yeah,
quick.
please do. Fully.
thanks.
Yeah. Also, if people need to go to the bathroom, do whatever you need. Take care of yourself.
It's my cat's breakfast time, so this is perfect.
I feel that it will be that for me at the end of our stream, which should say something about my willingness to get up too early to give my cat food.
Oh gosh, what time is it for you?
It's 3 a.m. now.
Oh, okay.
It will be 5 a.m., which is around when I normally get up.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's about 6 here. Yeah. So she eats. I don't get to reschedule that. She's been letting me know not terribly politely for the last little bit. So glad we can.
Is he a screamer or a pepper? Like, will he pep you or does he yell?
Oh, she is
she.
Slowly knock things off of the shelf until you are like, oh my gosh. Protect the things that I love or feed, or sleep in.
I gotcha.
The destroyer.
That's a rough situation to be in. I am sorry for you and for your stuff. Um, I so my cat Shadow, who unfortunately recently passed, the thing she would do that would drive me crazy when she was hungry is rather than destroy stuff, rather than do whatever, she would just pretend to eat random stuff off the floor. She would walk around the apartment, walk around the house, and just be like, like basically be like, look, I'm hungry enough to eat anything. Look, watch me. And truly, if you did let her do it, she eventually would just start eating stuff. And then, of course, she would make herself sick because it's not food. But what a like emotional extortion to be like, oh great, so either I have to let you make yourself sick or I have to go make you food. Cool, great, thank you.
Yeah, yeah. She likes carpet, so it's probably better that it's tuna and not carpet. Because that's the other alternative, is that she'll just tear up carpet. Which
Gotcha.
yeah.
Have you tried any of the like pet-proof carpets, the like ruggable or whatever?
No, I haven't tried the ruggable, but like there's just carpeting in like on the floor here.
Oh, sure. You can't really put a carpet on a carpet.
You
People
can't
would judge
really.
your apartment decor.
It's the way the closet tracks, and she'll just tear right up along the metal track of the closet and then eat the carpet fibers.
That's pretty horrible.
Yeah, she's a terror.
I am sorry for you for that. We recently started closing the door to our bedroom because Poppy will, or it's my cat, and she will just come in and it'll be like pitch black because it's 5 a.m, and she will just scream because she and honestly sometimes it's because she's hungry, sometimes it's genuinely just that she's like, I'm awake now, someone come hang out with me. Very emotionally needy, very demanding for attention.
Who and what's this?
My cat that she has started barging in at 5 a.m, and I was gonna say demanding food, but I realized genuinely a lot of the time she still has food. It is purely a hello, I'm awake now, someone come give me attention, someone come pet me.
Mm-hmm.
My
Which
cat
is
started to do that.
yeah, it's not great. We have wound up closing our bedroom door. Well, let me ask: does your cat sleep in the bed with you normally?
Sometimes
Yeah.
he has this cat tower that he loves to sleep on the top of it. So he's either like on the doona, like in between my legs, because I'm a side sleeper, in between my legs, or he's on the cat tower. But he's also learnt that his own body weight can open doors. So we've actually had to flip all our door handles so they open upwards, not downwards, because he was getting into areas like the studio that he shouldn't and knocking stuff over.
Oh my gosh.
That's
Naughty
wild.
boy.
That is a
Mhm.
smart cat.
He's very smart, and he knows it. And we can always hear like some sort of scratching or scraping as he starts to move something, because we'll hear something and then it pause, and it's like he's waiting for us to notice, like, oh, did they hear that? No, okay, continues. Oh, did they hear that? No, okay, continues, until we go, Reno! And then we hear him jump down and run out of the room.
No,
That's
they're like they know.
amazing.
They know they've done something wrong, and they just do it anyway.
He's a toddler that waits for us to get to 3.
Yeah, fully.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh,
The
but I
door
love him.
thing's pretty. I'm glad that it was as easy as flipping your doorknobs up. That's a pretty smart, or rather, making it so that is how they open. I was gonna say when we adopted my cat Shadow, we went to a few different animal shelters, and at one of them there was a cat who needed his own room, and when asking about why, they were like, mostly it's that he can just open the doors to the main cat area and has no problem getting out, and he will all the time. He's never trying to escape, he just wants attention, but it's still, we can't let it happen. And also he's kind of destructive, and I didn't fully realize he's like a 30-pound cat. Not just fat, but also just like
He's a
huge.
big boy. Yeah.
He was the only cat listed on the adoption website as XL.
Oh.
I think
Uh,
Reno's barely 6 pounds.
yeah. Needless to say, we ultimately did not adopt him on the basis that he would fully like if he jumped onto a table, could like take the table down with the momentum of a jump. Like
Oh.
Big Sammy. Yeah. Alas. No, we wound up adopting my cat Shadow, who I had for a number of years, who was also not small. She weighed something like 14 or 15 pounds.
Oh my God.
Certainly,
Noise.
yeah, big babies.
Nugget is 10 pounds and just a menace. She might make an appearance later.
Very good.
We'll improv around it.
I love it. I will show you my pup, and then we will get back to the game if that is good for folks.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Doug has made 2 appearances so far, deciding my lap is where he wants to be, but then getting over it 2 seconds later.
I've actually accidentally just disconnected my headphones, so if you'll give me one moment. There they are. All right. This is Augie.
Aw.
Orgy.
It's a little old man. He happened to wake up in that moment, so I figured it was the perfect time to scoop him up. Just a little sweet guy.
Yeah.
Truly just wants to fall asleep in my arms now, which
I feel
is
like
why
he is very similar to how Maury looks, with his big ears pointing out.
I love that.
There's Nugget. She's on the vents because it's warm.
Oh.
I love that. Cutie pie. All right, so I'm going to transition us back into the game if that's all right with everyone.
Absolutely.
Great.
Just
So
my honey oats.
yeah, hey, topical. Also, yeah, absolutely feel free to keep eating. It's a character choice. Don't apologize. I was saying that the character choice thing was a joke. I was saying the feel free to keep eating thing in earnest. This scene will include everyone. We'll start to get into. I realize I also should have said earlier. There was a moment someone did something for someone else. I think it was the giving the fruit. Hey, wow. I feel like the moment we called attention to it, you were like, "I now must finish. I now must race to completion." Yeah.
Good thing Matt's not in.
Yep. I was gonna say, Haley, take a token for your.
My sheet says 3 already. Do we start with 3 each, or do we have 0 and?
You know, I think that may have been my mistake for including 3 in the template. But given that everyone does now have 3 anyways, I would say just add 1 to your 3.
Nice.
That is fine. Tokens truly in this game are just like a very loose way of like. Once again, it's a like gentle way to add a cost to interacting with the world, but it is a very rules light game where for the most part, if you say you do a thing, you do a thing, and the only reason that really winds up causing conflict is when it's like opposed with someone else, which we'll see some in the competition, or when there's like a cost to it. When you are the alternative would be giving something of yourself. And that's sort of the like by commodifying it, it also gives emotion, in my opinion, gives emotional weight to like generosity and like yeah, nice stuff.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, so I was describing the top of this hill where this sort of elaborate system of gears sits, but before the very top of that hill, there is a tent. Well, so there's 2 tents. One is very small, and there's someone sitting in front of a mirror, powdering their face. They are like an antelope, and sitting there with the little powder pad, dab 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 dab. And there's a much larger tent that's currently pretty much empty. There is a porcupine person pacing back and forth, just doing sort of this like a like a little psych up moment for himself. And I think that festival goers sort of start to crowd around. There's also a podium. Start to crowd around this podium. Where do you all sort of see yourself in this crowd as this crowd is forming? Are you at the back? Are you, right at the front? Yeah.
I would want to try. Oh,
Sorry.
you're good.
Go for it.
As I said, I would like to grab Finley's and Maury's hand and try and skip our way and shimmy our way to the very front.
Fantastic. Yeah, I
Just
imagine.
scooch over here. Excuse me, mate. Oh, pardon us. Coming through.
Watch your feet. Yeah.
Takes no effort at all for Maury to be going first, trying to weave through the other kith.
Yeah. Otherwise, Maury is a fennec fox, right? So like pretty small in terms of, yeah. I feel, yeah. Cool. Yeah. I think that y'all are, with pretty minimal effort, are able to make your way to the front. You see also that as you get closer to the front, there's like a section of bandstands that are made explicitly for tinier kith. There's some snails. There's some of the bee folks. All manner of rodents, sort of hanging out in this front section, meant to give people the ability to like view and not have to peer through the legs of their peers. Sorry, that was a weird double. It's fine. We're moving on. But Coral, where do you picture? I'm sorry, I'm forgetting your poet's name.
Birdie.
Yes, where do you picture Birdie in all of this?
Birdie has gone ghost mode again. There hasn't been enough show tunes in a couple hours. Seeing that porcupine pacing in the tent, I'm thinking they might get some warm-up notes out. So I'm gonna hover over there in the event of show tunes.
I love that. So you do, and what you hear from him is unfortunately not show tunes. What you hear from him is this honestly kind of violent, like, oh man, and you know what? If he gets anywhere, you're gonna fucking crush him. Cause you know what? You got that fire in you. You got that beast in you. You got that power and that rush, and this is gonna be yours, and it's gonna be no problem. And so that is the monologue that he is having to himself. Very like a Mark Wahlberg character, but also maybe too close to like the actual Mark Wahlberg. And what you do hear is a tune coming from that smaller tent. What do you do?
I'm gonna head over there and see what that is all about. This Mark Wahlberg guy is just bad vibes, so I'm gonna leave.
In real life and in this game. No, he's a racist and a bigot, and I have no problem saying that on stream. I will criticize bigots all day. Yeah, so you rush over, and there is I said antelope. I'm picturing almost like, if you know what an ibex is.
Yes.
Yeah, very very lithe, very demure, and they are it is clear that they are reciting the words from a role that they themselves have at one point played. They know them like the back of their hand. They are emoting for themselves in the mirror, and then periodically in the middle of a line they'll say, "And why would you?" And then they'll stop and they'll turn and they'll look at their face, and then they'll hit it with a bit more powder, or grab a contour pen and trace lines. It is this ode to their own beauty that they that they are performing in front of this mirror. And true to an ode, it does at a certain point break out into a song. I'm trying to think if you would. Well, actually, why don't you tell me? For work that would be more recent work, would you recognize, like music and yeah? Okay, then yeah, you recognize it as
Top
something.
40 Kiss hits that I'm listening to on the Ghost Ship.
Yeah. I imagine it's almost like it's a one act that was popular at last year's festival, and that it is was not written as a one person show, but has been turned into it by. Actually, you know what? Given that you've been here, you would know that this is Montgomery, and Montgomery is the host of the tournament. Has been for about a decade. And as Montgomery breaks out into song, you once again start to feel your fingers, feel your toes, feel the breeze as it. I said breeze, but really like feel the fact that the wind is quite intense up at the top of the hill, and you can hear the effects that it has on that large wind astrolabe situation. And as you start to feel yourself, you can feel the vibrations that it's creating in the ground with the weight of its movement. Do you say anything to Montgomery?
What ho, Monty, old sport! Here for another round of the games.
He locks eyes with you in the mirror. It does not jump with a start, but says, "Birdie, is that you, Birdie? Is that? I never thought I would see the day. Oh, my own singing. Oh my goodness. Well, it's so lovely that you could make it.
Yay. Thy dulcet melody hast brought me into a corporeal form yet again.
Oh, always such a way with words, such a an enmity to conciseness. I never miss that about you. Tell me, how are you enjoying the festival so far?
Oh, the food hath been wonderful, and I am quivering with anticipation for tonight's performances. Truly, verily, yay.
Fantastic. Well, I'm presuming you're going to be watching then from the.
I hath partaken of the apple that Benvolio the mole hath dropped on my ghost ship.
When you say, the moment you say I have partaken, turns like a look of just pure like scandalized like. And when you mention Benvolio, it's like, you don't want to be telling anyone that. We need to make sure that a ghost in this year's competition, people are going to be talking about this for the next century. My goodness. Okay. Come. Let's get things kicked off.
Montgomery, look at me. Look me in mine eyes.
I am. It's a rare thing that I am, but I am.
I am a ghost of show tunes, and in order to not cause a huge scare, please every once in a while sing the song. I'm gonna go like this, and thou will needeth to sing thine song to keep me here, so as I do not upset the townsfolk.
I would love to. I unfortunately, I'll be candid. I think I'm a little too important for this specific task, but I'll tell you what. Where's the understudy? And he calls out, and you see a like, oh god, a bat, like a flying. I don't know if you've seen like a flying fox.
I love that.
With a like poster tube tucked under one wing, sort of awkwardly flying, and lands next to him and says, I'm sorry, sir. I got caught. Look, they got your prints. I think they look really great." And pulls out it's like a painted portrait of Montgomery from the tube. And Montgomery responds, yes, this will do fantastically. I was gonna tell you, you go plaster them up in the I saying this out of fiction for a moment. There's a bar called the what would the bar be called? The Meat and Mead, like MEET and MEAD. Honey being a staple in this town, and it being a convergence point, says, I was going to tell you to put them up on the outside of the Meat and Mead, but that'll have to wait for now. Why don't you go ahead and accompany our esteemed guest here, accompany Birdie, and every time you see Birdie start to get a little pallid, a little non-corporeal, if you could do your best rendition of I wait and I watch. I know that one's really relevant for you. You could do, honestly, like dealer's choice. Birdie, is there any particular song that's helpful for this for you?
Yes. It is a song from my time by the bard Miss Catherine Perry. It is called Firework.
Oh, okay. I think I know that one. With the plastic, I don't know what plastic is, but plastic bag?
Yeah, it's an extended metaphor.
Great. Yeah, I think I know that one.
Brilliant. My many thanks, sir.
You can call me Leo. Leo extends a clawed, like the claw of a wing, to shake your hand.
Well met, Leo. Well met.
With that, Montgomery sort of takes center stage and signals to sort of two rows of trumpeters who blow the horns to get things started. And this crowd condenses to get close, and esteemed guests makes direct eye contact with Finley. Notices that your face is covered with honey, stifles a laugh, and turns back to the. I would like to welcome you all to the 187th Eastminster tourney, though in truth it feels like the first. For indeed, for this year, for the first time, equity has won true, and to that there's an uproarious applause from the audience, something that feels almost volatile in its excitement. The anticipation is plain to see in the faces of the crowd and in how they meet that statement. So I'm going to ask at this point our entrants to hold aloft their fruit, and actually, if you could hold it in front of, nods his head at a goat man, and sort of at the front of the stage. If you could show him, he's just gonna make sure that we're square, and if it is indeed a starlit apple in your hands, I will welcome you onto the stage, and we can herald in our potential heralds. And with that, a line sort of starts to form, and you notice a lot of people are actually getting kicked out of this line. A couple people very clearly have just like they've painted an apple white. They've like thrown glitter at. What do you who are in the crowd, sort of at the front? Do you all get in line?
This Maury wishes she didn't eat so much of her apple, because she's got just like the top of the core with the stem, and that's it left.
Yeah.
And it's covered in grass and dirt from her putting it back on the floor earlier. So she just has that in her hand.
Yeah. Fantastic. What about Finley and I'm sorry, Taylor. Remind me your character's name.
Jackie.
Yeah. What about Finley and Jackie?
Very much the same. She's even gone so far as to eat the seeds that were inside the apple, so it's purely just the core with a couple of holes in it. Just, will they accept this?
You've got more than me.
I think that the our judge of these apples like beckons you close, and as you hold it up, takes a little pinch off of it, takes a nibble of it, and then nods you up to the stage. Finley, what do you? How do you approach?
I think Finley had been avoiding taking a bite of their apple because they still felt bad about it. But at this point, when everybody's lined up, they're like, there's not much left I can do. And so Finley takes a tiny little bite and then gets in line.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah, and I think that that approach, perhaps not for the same reasons, is common among some of the folks who would be recognizable as nobility. The our porcupine friend who is in that tent at the back comes forward. That's Philip Pompadour of the dukes and duchesses of Pompadour. Argyle Peregrine, the falcon who was so curt with our tailor earlier, also approaches. Fruit only single bite taken, and I think who's at the back of the line of the three of you? Like who is lastly at the stage, I guess.
I think Finley would be, since
Probably Finley. I
Yeah.
think Maury would be first, if not as quickly as she could have gotten into the line.
I absolutely. Yeah. So I think Finley, you feel as you sort of pull your leg, like as you are walking, to get up onto the stage, you feel someone grab onto your leg, and they're like, "I'm so sorry. I needed. It was really hard to get around the bands. Thank you." And it's a little Volfolk person, and they hold up their fruit. I actually think that Birdie would recognize this as Corinne Stone, who's a storyteller, a like known specifically for telling stories around Firelight. And as the remainder of people approach the stage, there's a leopard gecko, the bear man that you met earlier, Ernst, who at this point now has a walking stick with him, and Hermina Grimbeak, who I think Finley would recognize and probably dislike. Truly like a severe and austere woman, probably highly critical of you. No doubt Billingsley and her have exchanged words in the past where he has defended your honor. But as you all take the stage, I think that Montgomery sort of notices the crowd. Now, the moment that you've been waiting for. Let's let the winds decide our fates. And he throws a lever, and I'm trying to think of how to best describe this. Almost like how a door latch, when you let it go, puts up a tine that is then like what gets stuck in the door. This tine starts to catch the gears, and as it rotates around, it's like there's this perfect amount of pressure where it will stop and then move to the next layer. I am going to have, if someone wants to roll a die, or actually we're going to do 2 die once more. So if 2 people, yeah, please.
A 1.
Okay. So that's going to be somewhere sprawling. If someone else could roll another die. Yeah, a 4. Great. It is okay. So this first task is I'm trying to think of what the visual iconography for it would be. I think that as the final gear slides into place, it is a chicken like drumstick sort of intersected with a carrot. And Montgomery says, "Oh, we haven't seen this one in nearly 2 decades. Okay. Each of you will receive a recipe. The first to get it best, according to our esteemed panel of judges, he nods his head over to. It is specifically there is an elderly turtle. There is an aardvark who waves. He's got little spectacles, like a twill suit situation. And I'm trying to think of who's going to round this out. And I think a sloth in a beautiful floral dress waves, and the crowd sort of cheers them on. They're recognized as winners in years past. All right, everyone take your places, and we're off. Fires the. I imagine it's like those party poppers, almost like a confetti cannon. Yeah. So you are left to sort of find your way through the market to create a recipe that is chicken soup. Yes, I agree that it's weird that this is a universe with both sentient and less sentient animals. But if you will go along on this journey for me, yeah,
It's just called chicken soup. We don't know the origin.
Yep. No, yeah. So there's a list of ingredients. It's a mix of spices, herbs, vegetables, and it just says stock base, but I imagine depending on your level of culinary knowledge, you would or would not know that will require some work. So I would love actually to do some randomization. If well, actually, let me first ask, both with Birdie in terms of do you follow anyone, or do you make explicit intention to try not to follow any particular groups?
I am not an experienced chef, so I'm trying to kind of suss out right now who has the most culinary knowledge, and I'm going to follow that person.
For sure. Let me ask, when the challenge is announced, how do you all react? What is each of y'all's reaction to the particular challenge?
I think the only thing Finley has ever made in their life is a mud pie.
Yeah.
And so Finley is kind of just not sad, but like a little nervous.
For sure.
I forgot my own character's name for a second then. Jackie is super excited. Doesn't have too much knowledge of the kitchen. She's more of a forager, so just throws together whatever she can find. Doesn't have names for dishes. There's clear panic on her face, but sheer excitement as well. And noting how awkward Finley is looking. Come on, we got this. Let's do it together.
I would love to do it together. Thank you, Red.
Maury, you want in on this?
Maury's already gone. She's balancing a shopping basket and her staff, and she's got it like under her arm, and she's trying to get all of the ingredients. She knows what she's doing in the kitchen. I feel like she is going to do just something basic, but she's figured it out, and she's balancing as much as she can right now. Norm is a pretty good cook, and so she trusts his advice. And so she knows what's going on, but she already left. She didn't wait for no one.
Competitive.
But she's smiling. She's smiling. She's not got any sort of competitiveness in that regard. Like, she's nice, and if anyone's in the way, like, or something like that, she just waits for a moment before reaching around and quickly grabbing what she needs.
I love that. All right, so before we follow Maury, I think that Bertie, you notice that Ernst, our grizzled grizzly bear friend, the moment the challenge is announced, you notice his nose start to do the thing that bears' noses do, where they like are fully like pivoting around. He is smelling for the ingredients before he even has the list. And I think that as he notices Jackie's act of kindness towards Findlay, he sort of pats Jackie on the shoulder and says, "Come, we will find the first ingredients together. I think it's a very nice thing what you did for your friend." And the crowd, honestly, kind of out of respect for him, he's a big creature, parts to let him through, and you in tow if you would like to follow him.
Thank you.
Great. Yeah. So let me also ask, Birdie, do you follow him given what you noticed about his? I will also say I think that God, what did I name our falcon friend? I keep calling them friends. They're not all friends. She's honestly kind of mean. Argyle, the falcon flies off like right away, like fully like makes no pretense at any sort of civility for the competition, like flies to the other end of the market.
I'm actually going to follow Norman and Morty.
Amazing.
I can speak to Norman, and I am currently talking his ear off, trying to kind of warm up to him and butter him up so he will give me some advice.
Let me ask Haley a question. Sorry, if you were going to say something.
No, you go first.
Would you like to be the voice of Norman, or would you like me to be the voice of Norman?
You can be the voice of Norman, that's fine. Just so you know, he is wise and nervous.
Thank you.
So pretty much the only thing is that as soon as she notices that Birdie is following behind, she's grabbing 2 of all of the ingredients that she grabs.
That's
bless your heart.
Thoroughly cute. Yeah, absolutely. So I think that two things are like trying to think of how Norman is communicating to you both, because you obviously as Norman's firelight. Oh, sorry about that. Know his proclivities. Know that like when he indicates one direction versus the other with your staff, that you know how to follow that.
No, he has a southern accent, and he speaks perfect English.
Great.
There's no stress about how he talks. He's another kith.
Okay. Great. Yeah. Well, I think the thing. So Maury is talking to Bertie and you. Or sorry, not Maury. You're Maury. Norman.
Maury.
Yeah. Norman says, "All right, so I think you're gonna find the best carrots. Actually, at that stall, we passed it. It's like right off the docks. I saw it. It was just sort of a barrel of carrots. Don't tell me why I think it, but they smelled real sweet. I suspect if you head down there, that's a great start."
I put faith in thy intuition, O noble firelight, and I shall take it from the barrel of carrots.
I appreciate your vote of faith, and look, nothing's a sure bet, but I think it's, like I said, a good start. Maury, I think you should try to hurry around this crowd. I think that they're kind of in the way, and I think if we're trying to be fast, we should really mosey.
I see that Maury's so small in stature, so I'm going to stand in front so Maury can fight their way through the crowd.
I like that very much. And for what it's worth, I think that there are like initially, I will say there are some people who step on toes. You feel your tail maybe pinched as people are sort of pushing to get out of this bottleneck. But to the extent that, like I was describing earlier, there is a dearth of older folks who are aware of your existence as sort of the folk spirit of this festival. People start to give you a pretty wide berth
Yeah.
as the murmurings proliferate.
Absolutely. I know that I can kind of make some space for Mori, so I am using my new fancy corporeal form to do that.
Yeah. Take a token, by the way, in terms of you are easing the burden of another.
Mori is taking advantage of the space and taking 7 steps to get 2 steps forward by going around left, right, all over the place.
I love that. And sorry, forgive me if I did. Did I name our flying fox that is the understudy to
Leo.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, I think Leo also is flying along to the extent that Leo knows that you are going to need a regular tune every now and again. So I think that for the two of y'all with Ernst, so Ernst leads you both to, it is it's actually pretty close to where you were before with the honey, basically right across the sort of aisle. There's a parsnip vendor and a rutabaga vendor, and he says,
I do not know whether these will be the best, but they're close together and they're both on the list.
and plus, and he gestures to like a space through one of the sets of carts to another behind.
I am pretty sure that our friend back there has a small personal stash of paprika that we may be able to convince them to part with.
If you two can get from these, I will be right back. I will try and get the paprika. And to avoid being detected or squished or have any people know what I'm doing and trying to find extra little herbs and spices, I would like to turn invisible.
Incredible. So this is the basically, you spend a token to turn invisible, and someone would have to spend a token to be able to see you. Is that the?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
amazing.
so I'm hoping in the hubbub and commotion, the panic of everyone trying to fight and get closest ingredients and whatnot, I'm just gonna and disappear.
Incredible. Yeah, I think that as Ernst is talking, he notices you sort of vanish, and like with shock, turns to Finley and says, "Did you know your friend was so talented?"
Had a feeling Red is full of surprises.
He lets out like a and you hear Billingsley who approaches and sort of whispers near.
We need to talk about this later, sir. That's a major security risk, and I know for right now you're in the competition, and I wish you luck. But
Billingsley, I don't care about security. That's
of course you don't, sir. I know, sir. I know, sir. Here, hold this for a moment.
He hands you a. I'm trying to think of how to like a plucking of time, like a sash of time, and I think Ernst turns to you and says,
Clearly, it pays to be in high places.
"May I?" And asks to have a one like twig of said time. Sprig. That's the word.
Finley looks at the time and says, I think everybody deserves some. And so he hands some to you and then starts like sprinting to give time to different people in the competition so he feels like it's more even.
That's I love that, and I also I'm not sure that you I'm not sure that Finley would notice, but I certainly think that Birdie and maybe Maury would notice that as this chaos sort of continues, the what's Argyle and Hermina are two, the vulture and the falcon, who are on the stage with you both, have started to sort of circle back and have a look of visible rage at the idea that Finley is like, it makes them look bad as people of nobility for not being helpful, that Finley decided to be helpful. And there's a clear like conflict. I would say that certainly Argyle tries to swoop down, can't really find a place to land, was going to try to get some of the time from Finley. But Ermina is honestly mostly just a gaze of judgment from the skies. Cutting back to Maury and Norman and Birdie. I think that I think Norman's instinct was good. There is indeed a large barrel of carrots. They're actually destined to be sent out later tonight, and I think the rabbit that you find next to the barrel asks, "So what are you gonna give me for them? I know you guys need them for the competition."
I'm gonna pull out some more of those gold coins that everyone here is like, oh yeah, those.
Okay.
Be like,
I love that. Can we like mechanize that by saying that this is like a token action for you?
absolutely. Yes.
Great.
I'm going to spend a token and pull out one of those gold coins and say, will this recompense good carrot monger?
He looks at it, does the obligatory bite, notices that it is soft because it is 24 karat gold, and like the Bruno Mars song, it's 24 karat gold, and you know what? I'll even give you the. I think he starts to hum a popular and catchy tune about gold of such a quality. And you feel yourself bolstered and your corporeal form grounded.
Yes.
From the great artist Bruno Mars. I don't know if you've ever heard of him. He's a
24 karat magic in the air.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you know the song.
I do.
Yeah, he grabs a handful of carrots, and I think within there's even two that are like a little bit on the older side, have some have clearly like dried out and become a little bit desiccated, and he hucks those into the sea, and wants to hand y'all only the freshest, and he passes those over to Maury. I was gonna say and Norman, but no, not and.
No, Norman doesn't. He's technically sleeping-ish. Now
Yeah.
he's napping in the underneath the cloth, but
Yeah.
you can still lift it and talk to him whenever you need to.
So as y'all have the carrots, do you disturb his slumber once more for and if so, how? I would love to.
What is the time now?
Yeah, so I would guess that it's like nearing 1, and I think that you could probably wager that there will be some people finishing as early as 2, but that it will probably take most people until 3, and certainly it's a fine line between the best. Like, to make good soup takes time. I think that's something that Norman's told you. That to make good soup takes time, and that it's a balance of how soon do you take it off the burner once you've got all the components.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well,
I'd
I
also
feel
like to distribute carrots to all.
Yeah.
With my wrist.
Incredible. I think that as this rabbit friend notices you doing that. He says, I wouldn't object if you want to just buy out my whole stock. Clearly, you're the given sort.
Yes, we'll take the lot.
I'm not going to make you spend another token for it, but he takes another couple of doubloons from you and is willing to part with the whole barrel. And honestly, once you get like 2/3 down, everyone in the competition has gotten some, and also just some people who like would have maybe done some grocery shopping later. Yeah, I think that some of the murmurings around, there is a noticeable shift in the attitude towards you as a ghost, as a spirit, that you were perhaps marginally less maligned than you were before, in this clear act of generosity. Okay, flashing back over to Jackie, who is invisible and who is driving through. So I talked about how it was like through the one set of stalls to the next. There is a table set up with I imagine it's they're like pierogies are, like the Russian dumpling situation. Okay, yeah. So there's a pierogi table, and the kangaroo at the pierogi table is just sort of sitting there, recognizes that it's not really a time where people are going to be buying things, and is maybe sort of distracted reading a book. And hanging on the like, there's like a spatula, and there's a set of tongs, and hanging on the rack that those are hanging from is also a satchel bag, that you might wager you would find some chefy components in.
I'll peruse the spices on the table and everything real quick, have a bit of a sniff, and then be like, I can't spend too much time here, I'm gonna get caught. And then go for that pouch and sort of try and deftly open it, have a squiz. If it smells flavoursome and sort of what I think a turtle and the other judges would like, then I'll just yoink.
Yeah, I think what you basically grab is the dry ingredients necessary for the seasoning of these pierogies, and it's paprika, and there's I think some dried thyme, and there's pepper as well.
A little bit of salt.
Yes. Obviously salt. Come on, guys. Okay, stepping out of the fiction for a brief moment. You gotta salt your food. I feel like there's
You do.
there's an undersalting epidemic. Maybe it's for old people being heart sensitive. Maybe I'm being callous. Maybe I like a lot of salt. I just it's not even that. Yeah. Okay. Return to the fiction. Yeah. So yeah. You do you leave anything behind, or you just taking it and running?
Yeah, I'll grab the spatula and the spoon, sort of whatever I can without being noticed. I will grab.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think that given you are invisible and this person is distracted, I think you can absolutely to take them for everything they've got. Yeah, are you heading back to Ernst and Finley? Or are you heading in search of other goods?
No, I think if I've got enough ingredients to sort of guess what I'm doing, then I'll seek out. Was it Billington? What's the Great Dane's name?
Billingsley.
Billingsley. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'll seek out Billingsley and Finley. Be like, okay, should we get started?
This is a question for Finley, so I'll live.
Do we have everything we need?
I adore you. I think so.
Then why not? Let's go, Red.
you get a sniff and a look from Ernst, who like claps you on the shoulder and says, "Deftly done, my friend. Yes, to the burners then." And you see that up at the top, in the intervening time, like on the podium, a sort of row of burners with pots full of water has been set up. For you all to take advantage of. Yeah, so y'all head back up.
Before that,
Yes.
are there judges around?
I think that the judges have remained at the table. I will say that I think there are people in the employ of the tournament who are acting almost as referee and also like doing some gentle crowd control, making sure that people don't get trampled, and trying to watch the events of the tournament unfold. Yeah, so judges at the top, but there are definitely like sources of authority around.
Okay. I was more hoping to be able to spend a token to reveal something hidden about the person in front of me.
Well, I would say when you get back to the stage, if you want to absolutely do that with, yeah.
Yeah, I'd love to do that. I would kind of like stand over by the judges' tables and just see if they've got,
Yeah.
if they're talking. I want to eavesdrop. That's what I'm going to do. I'm using my big ears and they're going, listening for some juicy gossip.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that in this conversation, you the sloth woman, her name is Priyanka, and Priyanka, as she is describing her relationship with her kids, starts to say,
Well, you know, my son thinks he's the next celebrity chef, and he's always trying to do a avant-garde take on something, and I think I'm a classics kind of person. And given that is small and directly related to the competition, I will say that in response, the turtle. God, I realize I'm giving all these. You know, they're old. I'm not gonna judge myself for giving them all old people voices. The turtle says, No, I totally understand. You know, I wish me and my son were on speaking terms. It's been so long since I've heard from Herman. Oh, Herman.
just stares off wistfully.
Okay. I'm going to put extra note into making sure I follow the recipe to the exact point.
Yeah. For sure. Cool. Is there anything anyone wants to do before getting back to stage as well? Great. Then yeah, y'all can set up and start at your burners. And I think that I'm trying to think. So in order of who do you think you're next to? Let me actually defer to y'all. Who do you think you're next to? Yeah.
I set up all of the stuff that I bought and I split it into two between the one next to me and this one, and I just kind of like wait to catch Birdie's eyes so then they know that they're next to me at that point, and I leave a spot to the other side of me to try and hopefully catch Jackie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Great. So I think given that you're returning to the stage at relatively the same time, and given that Jackie is traveling with Finley and I think Ernst is probably lagging behind a bit. You know, he's not the fastest, and probably shoes you on if you try to wait for him. But you four are able to set up pretty much next to each other. And I think next to Jackie, On the one side is that leopard gecko, and he darts his tongue into his bag for a moment and goes, "Oh, shoot," and runs back out to the market. And you see he leaves behind what is a kind of wet, like not in a great way looking parsnip. Like it looks like it maybe is like past its prime, rotten a little bit, and sliding into the spot, Hermina, that vulture, and she just picks it up, turns it over, and is basically carves around it like to cut off the outer layer, and then plops it in and just starts going in the spot that he had set up at. And sorry.
No. Does anyone else have an issue with that?
Major issue. We were helping each other and she just stole.
Well, it would seem that stealing is not exactly not exactly outside of the purview of the competition, no? And she gestures to the satchel bag that you have beside you.
Okay, that's cool. And Maury's gonna put out her fire.
I would love if you would spend a token to do that, but you can absolutely do that.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
So one of the things that I can do with Royal is make a sweeping proclamation. If someone wants to openly defy you, they need to spend a token.
Yeah.
I think Finley goes, "Hey, you have to go get another parsnip now."
Not another station, just another parsnip.
Yep. I love that the bizarre parody there, that it's like the reaction from the crowd in that they're like watching this sort of tension mount. They see Maury put out this fire. Clearly there is beef brewing on the stage. And to then hear Finley, who is, if not the most authoritative of figures, a much beloved icon, and the crowd's like, "Hey, yeah, you stole that one. Just because he left it didn't mean he wasn't coming back for it. Yeah, you don't know." And they basically like what could turn into a mob starts to form at the front of the stage, and before they have a chance, she darts off and gives a absolute glare to Finley and then to Maury before rushing off in search of more ingredients.
I want to fish the gross parsnip out of that one, and then I guess I will spend another token to relight it now that she's not using it, because I don't want him to not have to have fire.
Yeah, I love that. For that, I will even go as far to say that, like, I think that he was witness to the tail end of this kerfuffle as he was coming back, and as he starts to get his ingredients in the pot, says, "Hey, thank you very much. My name's Isaac. It's nice to meet you." He licks his eye. Gecko stuff.
Hi, Isaac.
I
We kept your pot safe.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. So I was gonna ask questions, but I think it's like we're supposed to do it in the way that we think is good. So I'm gonna get going on this, but thank you.
Good
Thank
luck.
you. Thanks.
And if you need any help, let me know.
He tries to give you a smile and is just clearly like very nervous about this as a specific task. You also, as you see him get back to the stage, notice that in that front little bandstand area where a lot of the smaller kith like are watching the competition, a bunch of them cheer him on. That he is clearly beloved among the people who live here. Is there anything anyone wants to do during the cooking process before we get to the judging and the finishing of soups?
As soon as all the ingredients are in the pot, Finley stands over the pot and says, "You deserve the space you take up. You look mighty fine in that tie." And then turns to their friends and says, "Ollie, my cook, said the best food's made with love." And continues to say positive affirmations to the soup while it's cooking.
Chef's kiss, truly.
I'm writing the story too. I'm writing the ballad of the soup. This is verse 1 of my song I'm writing about the event.
I think Montgomery tries to get a glance at your page. Do you let him look, or do you try to?
Yes, I would like him to read my project.
Yeah. So he as he's sort of pacing up and down the stage, he's the one announcing time calls and stuff. Takes a look at your page and says, That's good stuff. If it had existed when I was going to be on stage, who knows? I might have played a young gestures at Finley, a young Finley, or perhaps I'm sorry. Remind me your name. It turns to Maury and asks Maury's name.
Mari.
Pleasure to meet you. Name's Montgomery. I think this one with the putting out of the fire, it's inspired stuff.
Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, well, of course. And then he turns back to the judges panel, realizing that he has perhaps indicated a bit too much favor to individual contestants in the context of being a host, and it tries to placate them with conversation. Asks about Herman, and sticking with H names for the turtles, and Hemingway, the very old turtle, lets out a tear as he starts to describe the fact that him and his son are no longer talking. Does anyone want to do anything else as the competition continues to brew?
If we're still doing the whole cooking thing, knowing that the vulture tried to sabotage Isaac's thing, I also want to try and keep an eye on that and like give it a sniff, and if I can determine whether or not I'm like, oh, that's a bit like too much salt, or that parsnip's coming through a bit too strong. Try and do that whole ratatouille thing where I like sprinkle extra herbs and ingredients to try and balance it out and just help him out a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, what I will say is, well, hey, take a token because you're helping someone, and specifically, it's things that you spent a token to procure. So you're, but I think what I would say is his soup was bland generally, right? Like he just didn't have time to get seasoning really. He just got sort of the core components, and that you are going a long way to helping him have a winning final dish. So
Birdie, are you actually cooking or are you writing right now?
I'm mostly writing, but I do have some kind of marinade going.
Okay.
I gotcha. I like it. I think that as the judges start to pace the stage, taking anticipatory smells of your foods, they are curious by what's happening at Birdie's station. No one indicates a clear judgment yet, but once again, given your status as the ghostly mascot of this place, are like very curious about what you're going to present. Yeah, so I'm trying to think of. I guess you know what? I will go ahead and I'm gonna make a dice roll. Once again, does anyone want to do anything else before the judges judge? Great. So each judge comes by with it's like a very shallow ladle, ceremonial. It's got a grape and a grape leaf sort of emblazoned on the handle, and each one takes sort of sniff and sip from each colander, or no, sorry, not colander. What's that called? Cauldron was the word I was looking for. And they linger specifically around Jackie and Isaac, and they take second and third sips of each, before indicating that Isaac has in fact won this first round. They give second to Jackie, and I'm actually going to make another roll, just for where everyone else pans out. Cool. So Finley, weirdly enough, gets third. Not weirdly enough. Finley winds up getting third. And Maury fourth. Great. That's gonna be Ernst fifth. Birdie sixth. Which means that Ermina and I promise this was not a like villains make bad soup. I genuinely rolled a D8 with the imagined order that people were on stage, and was doling it out that way. And they do wind up in 7th and 8th place. I think in particular, the descriptors that they give to Argyle's soup is that it is somehow burned, and that they're confused how you can burn soup. And as the judges call it, there's the sort of ceremonious sounding of horns. There is the applause from the crowd for Isaac and for the rest of you for your various placements. Stepping out of the fiction for a moment, because I am mindful of time, I'm going to keep things moving at a pretty good pace. The judges are conferring amongst themselves, and as they do, Montgomery once again takes the stage and says, "Now for the afternoon portion of the event. Once more, we will look to the seasons to tell us their intent." If someone else would once again roll a d6 for me.
Oh. 4.
Roll again, because that's what we got last time.
Oh yeah. 2.
Great. I like this one. I like all of them. I think I came up with the good stuff. So there is a similarly, as I described it before, as Montgomery throws this latch, the sort of intertwining gears lock into one place then another, and finally a plate sort of slides upwards, and it is an ear, sort of mostly out of frame head, and then another head turned in profile, whispering into the ear, as if to whisper into the ear. And Montgomery sort of gives a laugh. Oh, looks like you all need to find the heart of the rumor's start. So if I could confer with my judges for a moment to come up with a suitable rumor. And he sort of gets into a huddle with them. There's sort of some whispering. I would let, to the extent that Maury, you can spend a token to learn something about a person. I would let you overhear this conference in more detail if you would like, at the cost of a token. Okay.
I'll spend my last token. Let's do it.
Yeah, for sure. So the conversation, I'm not going to voice 4 characters that are all me. That would be a lot. But the way that the conversation sort of plays out is that the aardvark initially suggests that it be something about the royal family, to which Hemingway is immediately like, "Can't." Not with the Finley on that stage. I don't think that's appropriate. And in this continued conference, ultimately it's something that our it's Priyanka, yeah, that Priyanka suggests, which is specifically as it pertains to that ship that's docked out in the harbor. And it is a rumor that the ship belonged to pirates that used to like sail up and down the coast, raiding similar islands with rich agricultural communities. And who started that rumor is sorry. Let me take a step back. The game is now to figure out who started that rumor. And Hemingway sort of turns to you all and describes such a rumor and says, "Now it is your job to figure out who among these townsfolk," and gestures to the audience, devised of such a rumor and why they might tell such a tale. You are allowed to use whatever peaceful means you would like. And we will set up some tables for you to have, for you to break bread and have conference with them, in search of your rumor monger, as it were. Leo, I think, Bertie, you feel as you feel, it's almost like your leg is falling asleep. And you hear Leo's leathery wings, like he flaps up, and sorry, now all my brain can think of is the first 2 lines of Firework.
Same.
So once it starts to sing Firework in a much more intimate way, trying to keep it relatively quiet, and I guess as the tables are being set up, is there anything anyone wants to do before moving out to chat with the folks of the town?
Yes. I'd like to get a page out in my book and make a grid system and kind of go like townsfolk and aspect of the story. And so I can kind of make like a logic puzzle and kind of logic my way through the statements that they're giving.
Yeah, for sure. That absolutely makes sense. Is there anything else that anyone else would want to do in preparation?
Finley would turn to the ant on their shoulder and say, "Would you go listen to other people's conversations so we can split the time in half?"
So something that I think that only you witness, only you know to witness. Did we come up with a name for your ant friend?
No.
So given our conversation, your ant is a small and forgotten god.
Mm-hmm.
And I think as part of that, rather than leave your shoulder, you watch as, for the people who are wearing lighter colored garb, you can see a little ant appears on their shoulders, hundreds, thousands, in fact. And you hear a sort of gentle, "Of course. Whatever you would ask, I would gladly give it."
Thank you, and don't tell Maury we're talking. They don't think you exist.
Well, how could I tell Maury if they don't think I exist, silly?
That's so right of you.
You get a sort of like wiggle of antennas and like almost like a hat tilt in response. Amazing. Yeah, so two questions I have for you all. Number one, Maury, do you convey any of the prior, like the judge's conversation, to anyone in advance of setting about the work of the challenge?
I think Maury doesn't know whether or not what she heard was any use. It was so she's not entirely sure, but she does say that she overheard it. But did they repeat mostly exactly the same as what was said out loud?
Yes. Although what I will add is that if you say that in a company that includes Ernst, what he will indicate to you is, uh, interesting that they should think to find the dramatic in the words of nobility. And perhaps that's still a good place to start, especially considering it is not a common person who can afford to leave a ship in harbor.
Hmm.
That is true. I thought we needed to find out who made up the rumor, though. And wasn't it one of them? Didn't they make up the rumor just now?
Well, I think perhaps you.
I think this challenge is confusing me.
Yes, I think perhaps you marginally misunderstand the nature of this particular challenge. They happen to know these stories, and perhaps who is the progenitor of said stories. In fact, I know that in this particular instance, though I do not know the exact truth, I would wager it is unlikely that this story is anything resembling it. Who would want to tell such a story as this of pirates, of plundering and the history of violence? Might tell us a great deal about our story's origin, if I had to guess.
I think I'm going to take advantage of the fact that all of these townsfolk are a little bit afraid of me, and I live in the ship. And I'm gonna start my approach that way.
Fantastic. Yeah. So I think that actually really quickly, I'm gonna ask: does anyone start, or does anyone stay on stage for a second to look for who to talk to, or do you all sort of make your way down to the tables that are being set up? They're having sort of pints of mead being brought out to them, loaves of freshly baked bread. Yeah. What are you? Where are y'all as this starts?
Heading to the tables.
Great.
Finley would stay and look for a second at the people.
Yeah.
I think Maury's gonna do like a speed dating sort of situation. So like she's gonna jump from table to table, just gauging how interested the other people are in having a conversation and basing her guess off of that.
Fantastic.
Is Norman awake right now?
He's just a sleepy boy. He's only awake at nighttime, but I think he's like forcing himself to be up for this.
Okay.
But he's just sleeping.
Okay. I can talk to Norman, so let's make a deal. I will split intelligence with you. If you speed date from the right, I'll speed date from the left, and Norman can triangulate.
That sounds great. Wonderful.
Okay. Lovely.
I grab Norman on his stick and I stamp him into the ground, and I flip the little thing over so he can watch both of us as we.
Fantastic. And actually, something I want to announce, because I just saw in the chat, I didn't realize everyone on stream gets a token because of the lovely donations of our lovely audience. So bear that in mind. Yeah, genuinely, thank you so much. And yeah, so yeah, Norman is staked in the ground, but not Norman's roost
He's
is
not.
yes,
Yep.
is staked, and I want to ask what Jackie is doing, but I also want to indicate that Finley, you by staying on stage and watching for a moment, notice that Ernst writes a guess and slips it in the box right away.
Interesting.
Yeah. Jackie, what are you doing?
I'm new to the area, so I don't really have any idea what they're referring to. Like, I have an understanding that it's probably the ship, and if people are talking about, wait, have I, after all of this commotion, have I actually noticed that Birdie is here?
I think that you would have noticed that Birdie is here for sure.
Okay, perfect.
The person that you, by the way, I realize that given how old Birdie is, that there's a quick bit of canon that I would love to propose and see if this resonates with you. Given how long ago Birdie must have died, I think that perchance the ring that you wear has blessed or cursed you with a preternaturally long life.
I'm
Yeah.
absolutely okay with that.
Yeah.
I was thinking that earlier, and I'm like, I'm not breaking the stream to do this tiny little technicality.
Yeah, and it occurred to me earlier, but I think it's particularly relevant in this moment. And yes, to your point, I think you would have noticed Birdie. I think I defer to you to whether or not we can like flash back in time as to whether or not you would have chatted in any previous portion of the competition. Happy to do that, or happy to let you sort of follow that thread now. Either way.
What? I just wigged out.
You're okay. I basically just said to the extent that you would have noticed Birdie before, I'm happy to like let you flash back to an earlier point in the conversation, in the competition, to a conversation you may have had, or if you want to do something now. Either way, both are good. Yeah.
Nah, we'll do now. Sort of we were busy doing our own thing, and then meet up will be chaotic. Birdie!
Ah, Jackie, mine slayer turned friend.
That's funny. They're talking about your boat, aren't they?
They aren't. They aren't talking about mine boat. The rumors are not true, utter falsehoods, prevarications, lies, and slander.
So pirates didn't live on that ship.
No, actually, back in the day, it was a trading vessel owned by a family of red pandas that sailed the seven seas looking for treasure and bamboo. And
There's no
it
booty
was
to be plundered.
Yes, it was plundered once, but the red panda offensive fought back in such a manner, and the pirates actually owned a lower rent version of a boat. It is actually at the bottom of the harbor now, currently, and the red panda family has kept that boat in dry dock in the harbor. So it is false. The boat was used for storing tea, bamboo, and other things from another land. The pirates have tried, but the red pandas defended.
Do you think the red pandas could have started the rumor themselves?
I think the red pandas may have done it. It's a slight technicality and kind of a little trick, and I think anyone who is a master of the lore such as myself would know this. It is my suspicion that the Red Pandas started these rumors. The only other lead I can really think of is the Peregrine himself. He is a liar, he is a rumor monger, and he is always trying to usurp me. He wants the boat for himself.
But how old's the rumor? Like, we've known about this boat for more than I have claws, but,
It's been centuries, darling. The rumor may have started today, but the boat and the ownership of it by the Red Panda family has been for centuries.
But we know of the rumor since before today, so I don't think it was Ernest.
I think we can write him right off. I think I'm going to go talk to the Red Pandas. I'll ask Norman to fill you in, but we're going to keep working these tables. I'm going to network a little bit, partake in some mead, and I'll get back to you.
Okay.
When Finley sees that you're done with the conversation, Finley runs up to Red and says, Red, can I borrow your hat for a second? Just for a second, Red, I swear! Please!
You can!
Finley takes the hat off of Red's head and pulls a loose string.
Wait! No, wait!
No, it's
Before
okay.
I give it to you, no! I quickly take it back. Wait, I quickly take it back. And you see me, like, rummage around, like, the inseam stitching. I quickly take something out, and then I give you the hat.
That was strange, Red, but I have no questions. And Finley pulls the red string and then snips it off and then gives it back to you and has a bunch of little torn pieces of paper from the information that his ant friend has been giving them and is red stringing all of these pieces together.
Incredible.
Nothing.
Yeah, on a tree.
Absolutely incredible. I think that there is fully like a there is an extent to which Finley has been, by the audience at least, a little bit written off in this particular. It's not a competition that Finley would typically excel at, and the witnesses to Finley's definably elaborate map of the various conversations that people have been having. It's a level of intricacy that would be lost on most people, but I certainly think that you, Jackie, in seeing it, would recognize it as pretty comprehensive. And just to I do think it absolutely includes to the earlier conversation you were having, the idea that it was originally a red panda vessel. I think that there is a conversation that has happened a few times in a few different ways, where people say, wasn't it in that one painting? And so far the conversations that have been picked up, no one knows which painting it is. People have tried and failed to answer the question of who bought the painting, who painted the painting. But there is certainly a painting that comes up repeatedly, seems to be a work of somewhat popular art. Maury, wait, sorry, there was a thread. Right, you're going to the Red Panda. So yeah, I was going to check in with Maury. So in this speed dating situation of sitting down at various tables, I think that you ultimately the person who wants to talk to you and wants to just share ideas is actually a fellow competitor, is Corinne, the vole, who is known as a storymonger. And she specifically starts to say, well, I mean, of course there is a historical element to it, but a storyteller such as myself would obviously know that the story's not the story and the history can be two separate things. And I think to find the source of the story, we need to find the source of the poem or work that popularized it, right? Not to say there can be attributed to the same person, but yeah. So that is the idea that she expresses.
Okay. I write down her name on a piece of paper and put it in my pocket.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I know that they're okay, I run and I report back to Norman and I say, can you tell Birdie to point out all of the artists around in the group? And then I let him fly off and then I go and get back on my side of the table, so then I'm doing my part and and I continue on and keeping an eye out for anyone that she flags or they flags.
Yeah. So, I think that the sun, as it's setting, you notice a lucidity in Norman's eyes, basically as night falls and as the light feels more natural, and he does indeed go off and find Birdie and convey this.
He's glowing now, his little butt.
Yes.
I needeth thee to tell Maury it is a macaroni painting of a ship.
But who painted it? I send Norman back once this is...
I have been taking on a multitude of many faces and posing today as an art dealer attempting to acquire said painting, and with some of my influence, I have leads. I do believe that Ernst knoweth more than he letteth on.
How are people writing notes? Is it in a notebook? Or was it a piece of paper that didn't leave impressions on anything else that he might be still carrying around with him?
I think that
book
that his in particular, he had, because he has all the brushes in his pocket or whatnot. He has basically a pot of ink and a it's not quite a pen, it's not quite a brush. It's a few tines of fine hair, sort of inserted through a metal tip. And he dipped it in his pot of ink and wrote it on a slip of paper from a journal that he has in his pocket, and then tore that page out of the journal and put it in the... So your question about impressions, yes, it probably would have left an impression in the journal. Yeah. Also, I want to circle back on a thread that you had asked about. It's okay if your mind changed on it. You asked about sitting down with the red pandas. I imagine they are a family that still lives here today. But is that something you would like to do?
Mm-hmm.
Great. Yeah. So I imagine that there's a couple of them, two siblings, brother and a sister. They're seated at a table. They're sort of tearing off pieces of the fresh bread that's coming to them. And just sort of making chit chat with each other over meat.
Okay. Ho there, and hail and welcome. How art thou enjoying the festival?
Hey, we're good. It's going nice. Yeah, I mean, who could say no to free booze? Am I right? They cheers each other on that. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. I hath a few questions for thee. Uh, dost thou hear tale of thine great grandfather, Sir Lucius Red Pandington II?
I mean, yeah, but we just a swell guy. Certainly know that he captained the ship out in the harbor for a time. If that's obviously sort of relevant to what you're asking about. Yeah, yeah, we know the guy. Well, we know of the guy. We don't we that he, you know, died a long time before we were born. Well, yeah, of course, but
Right. In a time long ago, he did take on a whole platoon of pangolin pirates. They were looking for rum, spices, tea, and bamboo, and inhabited the ship in the harbor for one day. Um, of course, thy grandfather, Red Pandington II, was able to reconquer the ship, but those pangolins, are there pangolins here today? Descendants of those pangolin pirates that thou hast seen in the crowd.
I you know I don't know for certain. I don't know for certain that there aren't. But if you're asking about that day, uh look, here's what we do know about specifically the exchange between our great grandfather and said pirates. Their ship is in the harbor. As best we know, despite the um, inclination that people have to tell the story of them staying on the ship for any meaningful time, it seems more like they docked alongside it, a naval battle ensued, their ship went down, it was irreparable.
Mm-hmm.
I think what we don't fully understand is uh, why the heck that painting showed his ship. Did we name this ship beforehand, or do I need to christen it now?
Go for it. If
Great.
you've got a ship name.
SpongeBob coming through the Flying Dutchman. Yeah. So why that painting shows the Flying Dutchman as assaulting the harbor? It was
And
never
made
the
of,
pirate ship.
yeah,
It,
and
it
made of elbow macaroni. So insulting.
What kind of medium is elbow macaroni? Thank you. Yeah, I mean, come on, can't an artist at least when if you're gonna depict an inaccurate retelling of events, let it at least be glissé. You know what I'm saying? Let it at least watercolors, maybe. Well, no, watercolors aren't refined. Look, shh. They start to quibble amongst each other about various paint mediums. But you have the information now that there is a painting that itself contains an inaccuracy. Yeah. So what do you do with that information?
Dost thou know who currently owns the painting? I'm trying to acquire it. Elbow macaroni aside.
Oh, I don't think you're gonna be able to do that. It was bought by the Royal Archives.
The Royal Archive?
Yeah, it's like a historical piece or whatever.
I must consult my new acquaintance Finley post haste. They know something of these royal archives. I speak briefly with Norman to tell him to go find Finley. We've got a lead.
Great. Norman, who is at this point getting winded from the back and forth uh, uh, finds Finley, conveys it to you, lands on. Sorry, Norman's pronouns: he or they.
He's fine.
Oh, great. He lands on his roost and says, "Go find Finley." I'm done helping.
From exactly where I'm standing, I just yelled, Finley! Finley!
Over here by the tree.
I think that on the tree there is now a proliferation of ants, which are themselves helping to arrange the threads, the various pieces of this sorted puzzle. I was just going to ask about Jackie, where you are in the midst of this, what you are pursuing, and yeah.
I'm cool. I'm just chilling with Finley at the moment. When oh my goodness, Birdie was like, "Oh, I'm gonna go do this." I'm like, "Cool." She sort of had her mind made up that the pandas did it themselves. Hasn't submitted her answer yet, but is on that line and is thoroughly impressed watching Finley work with this mind map.
Amazing. Yeah. So, Finley, I think what is now starting to sort of resolve itself is this idea that there is, like, the painting used to be exhibited somewhere public. It is no longer a public work. I think that probably actually sort of it's funny, as more to the extent that your small deific friend would have overheard the conversation with the red pandas. They sort of start to convey the. I say that. So it seems that the Royal Archives owns the painting of import.
But my father isn't here. How could he have started the rumor?
Well, I don't think that he necessarily started the rumor, but I think he the paint. When was the last time your father did anything on his own behalf? Perhaps.
That's very fair. I can't think of a time.
Yeah, it's. I mean, that's the thing of royalty, isn't it? It's the.
Billingsley!
Billingsley.
You call out, and he does not is nowhere to be found, which is admittedly conspicuous to you.
What a silly little guy. And Finley turns to Jackie and says, "Do you think it was him?"
Kingsley,
Yes.
that started the rumor.
Yes.
I'm just gonna say, for Canon's purpose, that Maury and Birdie, you are arriving to the tree as this conversation is playing out.
Yeah.
But,
Where's
I dunno.
Billingsley on the thing of red tape?
Yeah.
I will put him up there now.
We must locate this prevaricator and confront him with the lies and deceit.
Let's check his pockets for macaroni.
Macaroni propaganda.
But he's not as old as us, is he?
No.
No one's as old as you are.
No, but Billingsley does have ancestors, and his advisor family has often been associated with the art community. So I do believe Billingsley will illuminate some of what is hidden from us. We must find him.
Billingsley, come here or I'll pat your head.
you yell that, and let me actually ask, like as you are calling to him, where is everyone sort of looking?
I feel like I've got Norman in my lantern now, and I'm actually holding him up to illuminate like the crowd and faces and stuff. So hopefully we can get a better view.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm looking
I'm gonna be-
towards the stage now and towards the judging panel.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look if we're at like sort of the edge or
Yeah.
a tree. Is there like a forest that sort of
I
leads
imagine
on?
that the tree is almost like, okay. Very quickly describe the sort of map, the topography of this place. To the north is where the stage is. It's up the hill. To the west is the docks, and to the south, I imagine that this tree is sort of to the southwest on the edge. You are near-ish to the water where the forest starts. The forest starts probably like 60 or 80 feet back from the shoreline, which is sandy and not great soil for trees.
Yeah, I'm gonna be looking like the opposite direction, so away from everyone behind us.
To the south, to the woods, or to the west, away from the crowd.
Into the woods. I don't want a big Great Dane sneaking up on us.
Finley's looking in whatever direction the docks are.
Okay, so Finley, as you say, Billingsley, where I'm going to pat your head, you see that the window on your ship, one of the windows, I should say, on the lower decks, gets closed. Yeah.
I think I know where he is! And Finley starts running towards the ship.
Incredible.
We had a donor, yeah, a donation that lets to describe something. Was that just what that was, or was I listening to?
Yeah, and there's a slightly creepy musical box tune that just appeared.
Incredible. I think that let's contextualize that as you get to the ship, you are hearing what is a haunting melody. It is not something any of you, except maybe Birdie, distantly recognizes. It is there's something about it that's disquieting that I think, I think this is also something Birdie as a musician would know, which is that clearly it is so worn by age that the notes have no longer fit within the like 12-note musical scale that is traditional, that is become warped with age in such a fashion that it is dissonant, if only slightly, and it is coming from below the decks of said ship.
Do I know what it is?
Like the name of the tune,
or like where it came from and sort of the provenance of it?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that you recognize it as part of a. There was a series of commissions that happened in the, basically of an attempt by the Royal Archives to turn sea shanties into like more formal traditional music, and you would recognize it for the shanty it was based off of.
Ah, yes. Okay. Yeah.
It is a shanty about Cruel Jack, who was known for specifically sinking ships with their crews on them.
Cruel Jack the Pangolin. What a terrible little pangolin pirate man.
Yeah. So yeah. I'm presuming y'all head to the ship, given that you I am going off of your implication of thinking you know where he is, but yeah, yeah, following y'all's lead.
Okay. Headeth we to the ship all, for
light the
their...
way.
Alright.
I.
Finley did run ahead, but since Finley doesn't see super well in the dark, they have continuously tripped, so you probably have caught up to them with the lantern.
We do have Leo with us, the singing NPC who can echolocate.
That well, technically he is an old world bat, which means that he sees predominantly through sight as opposed to having he does not have the tiny eyes, nose, sound plate. That's not to say that he doesn't have very good night vision, which he does. He has exceptional night vision. But I don't know why I felt the need to insert science into this. But yeah, so I think that you know what, given that Leo's there too, I think Leo maybe knows some of the words to Cruel Jack, and begins to sing the holes in sides and sighs with pride from Cruel Jack as he sinks a ship is the he sings sort of the lines from the chorus that he sings, and he is able to fly ahead. You feel your feet grounded once more by song.
Oh,
Yeah. So you arrive at the ship, and the melody is indeed coming from below deck. Who is leading as you head down?
Well,
I'm
Great.
standing
Because-
just behind everyone, but like pushing my staff forward, so like you would hold an umbrella over people, but instead it's a lantern of light.
'cause
Yeah.
I enjoy wandering into darkness. This is like, ooh, what's down here?
I've just
love
ruined it for you. I'll stand a
Yeah.
little bit back. I'm a little bit back.
Like, oh, sorry.
Yeah. Like a boom mic that I've put into frame.
I love that. Yeah, there's this ring of firefly. I was gonna call it butt light, but it's just firefly light. I don't know why I felt the need to clarify that it's from its butt.
It definitely
No,
is
it's butt light.
from its butt, and it's butt light.
Okay, but there's butt light across the deck of the ship as
Welcome to that.
as Jackie enters the hollow of the sort of like, it's not a porthole, but it's like the narrow pathway downwards into the below decks area, and you hear a conversation coming from a lit room on an otherwise unlit deck, that is and you even Finley, you would know that it's a little bit atypical for none of the candles to be lit at this hour, but you would also probably recognize the voice of Billingsley as one of the two conversants, given your familiarity. Yeah, do y'all enter the room? Jackie,
I would like to spend another token to turn invisible again.
Amazing. Yeah. So you invisibly enter as Ernst and Billingsley sit sharing a carafe of mead, and their conversation is something to the effect of,
Oh, you know that old piece was from a time where the art was less refined.
and Ernst responds, "Oh, you're telling me my master's master made it, and he was, to put it in a word, blunt. The man used macaroni. I mean, come on." Yeah, I mean, I will, until either someone else enters the room or you decide to drop invisibility, I will let their conversation continue to play out. but
We're just waiting for a name drop, and then we all are out of there.
Yeah, so I'm trying to sneak as close as possible as I can. I want to listen to any what's the word? Not espionage. Mutiny or what's that word? Like, is Billington? Oh my god, what's his name?
Billingsley.
Billingsley. Why can't I get that? Yeah, if there's any sabotage or disloyalty.
Yeah. So I think as you're listening, Billingsley ultimately comes to a place of like, look, I will admit it's unbecoming of a servant of the crown such as myself to be at the heart of a historical inaccuracy, but I guess that's what I get for trusting the storytelling skills of a man who would paint with macaroni. And Ernst sort of claps his shoulder on that, and he nearly spills his drink. Agreed, my friend. Now you will know that art is more in the. Now you will be able to hold that art is more in the flourish than it is in the how much of reality it reflects. And they sort of both toast to that. I think Billingsley says,
Do you think Finley is gonna be mad that I closed the window? And I doubt that. They seem like a forgiving sort. I doubt that they would hold much malice for. You've been put in a
No, just.
can you still hear us, Carl? Oh,
She lost her corporeal form.
Keep going. I'll just occupy the spot. I'm not here. Woo.
great. Great. Where was I?
Mad about closing a window.
yeah. Do you think Finley will forgive me for my oh my god, what if something happened to Finley? What if he's
Oh, thank God you're back.
My phone died.
Got it. Well, welcome back. We're in the same place.
what if something's happening to Finley while the window is closed? I need to keep an eye on him.
Wait, does Finley hear this?
Yeah, I would imagine if you're below deck and sort of waiting in the wings as I'll also describe. Well, actually, Jackie, would you like to? Sorry, Taylor, would you like to describe how Jackie turned in? Like, what does Jackie's invisibility look like? Is it like a sticking to the shadows? Is it a true just like magic dissolves the physical appearance?
Yeah. Ooh, now I'm going to incorporate the hat. So she wears it backwards with the cap back, and then as she spins it with the hand on the ring, it's sort of like one of the demons inside it sort of gives this ability to her. And so she pulls the hat around, sort of like a reverse Ash Ketchum, I'm now realizing.
My immediate thought when you described a demon possessing a hat was Cappy from Super Mario Odyssey. So either or, some combination of the two. Yes. You
does a reverse Ash Ketchum, and then the shadow from the hat sort of disapparates her body.
Incredible. So yeah, that is what you witnessed prior to this conversation. Yes, Finley, you can hear them.
Don't worry, I'm okay. And Finley barges into the room and says, "But I did warn you." And Finley casts.
You see his ears like as the muscles in his head tense, his ears do like a little flap in response to the padding.
But you're not mad that I had to avail I worried I would taint the outcome of the competition, or I would be accused of it in any sense.
So you started the rumor?
Not not on purpose, but I suppose in my own way. I was a young pup at the time. You can understand.
I understand. I don't think it's fair for me to win, but my friends here figured it out by themselves too. Go back and cast your votes. I'll wait here.
You sure?
I'm sure I want to win fair and square next time.
I think Finley, in response to that, lets a smile cross. Sorry, not Finley. You're Finley. Billingsley lets a smile cross his face that is bigger than he perceives as professional most of the time, and tries to stifle it for a moment, and then ultimately just sort of puts an arm around Finley and says, "Yeah. I know you're not in line for the throne, but that's a damn shame."
Finley hugs him.
Yeah. Billingsley returns the hug. Does not even try to pretend to seem put upon, but hugs Finley in earnest. Yeah. I imagine that Maury, you are in the hall with your firelight, unless you otherwise.
Yeah,
your butt light. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. She's double checking to see if anyone else is also going to run because they know the answer now. And if no one looks her way in the next 5 to 6 seconds, the light from behind everyone disappears.
I can also go just ghost mode myself back and report our findings. It's been a little bit since we've had some show tunes.
Mm-hmm.
For sure.
Yeah.
What I will say is, unless someone else wants to describe their fleeing, certainly something you would hear at the back of the group. There is a fluttering of wings as clawed feet leave the deck of the ship.
Because I was gonna stay. I was gonna stay with Finley. But if I hear
running.
that,
As
they're
soon
like,
as I'm running even quicker now. I'm all fours on the ground. I'm not bipedal anymore. I've gone full animal.
How are you holding on to Norman, or are you holding on to Norman? Great.
My mouth.
Yeah.
The big stick hanging up, and it's like I'm a little bit turning left every now and again, and I just readjust myself.
Amazing.
Do I have enough time to bounce my way up any of the debris and whatnot to the top of the deck and see if I can't tackle whoever was on the roof out of the sky?
Do you have any tokens left?
I do. I have 3 tokens left.
Well, then yes, I would say you can absolutely spend a token to basically try to interrupt their action, and yeah,
I'm happy to spend 2 tokens, 1 to get there in time, and then 2 to jump on them.
Great.
And I'm still invisible, so.
I think you take an Ermina by quite a bit of surprise as this invisible shape hits her mid-flight, pinning a wing to her body as you both fall into the harbor alongside the ship. And she can only let out a "I don't what," and then she is in the water with you. Yeah. Meanwhile, Maury sprinting, branch in teeth to stage. Birdie floating spectrally, I imagine, close behind.
Yes.
Finley, are you chasing to catch up, or have you decided that given you're not trying to be as competitive, what are you doing? I shouldn't try to.
Finley is going to go to their room on the ship and collect flowers for their friends to give to them after they hand in their correct votes.
I imagine Jackie, you sort of climb out of the harbor as waterlogs Ermina's feathers, and she is, as an older woman, having a tough time catching up to you all. You see a sort of dumbfounded Isaac standing amidst the tables as you make your way to the stage to cast your votes. Or not cast your guesses, I should say.
Mhm.
Did you say Isaac looks like he's lost?
Yeah, he looks kind of dumbfounded, like he's almost like given up. He feels like other people have beaten him, and he's sort of just like looking around to see if anybody has any leads, and sees you rushing to stage and figures it's probably too late to like try to take advantage of whatever information you got, because it's not actively being like conveyed to you in the same way. Yeah.
Is he on the way to the stage or out of the way to the
I think
stage?
he's probably like, if you are going from harbor to stage, he is like there. So he is like, you will pass within speaking distance to get to stage.
Okay, I just grab onto his little hand as I'm running past. I've gone back to bipedal now that I know that no one is actually following me. And I grab his hand and I whisper, Billingson? Wait, what was his name again?
Billingsley.
Billingsley. I whisper Billingsley in his ear, and I drop my vote into the thing at the same time as I do that. I feel like, is there like a pen and paper at the side of the little voting box? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay, I also put Jackie's vote in there too, because they weren't behind me, but yeah.
Yeah.
And then I've got Finley's vote. I've ghosted it over.
Incredible. Yeah, so
We've ruined your competition.
I mean, gears are turning. Okay. So votes are cast. I think ultimately the scion of House Peregrine and Ermina in kind do come, and they cast their votes notably later than yourselves. I'm not forgetting Argyle without any clear understanding of who it is. And the judges take the box to the side. Montgomery takes the box to the judges, and they begin to parse through it. And they seem kind of scandalized, like there's a lot of conversation to be had. And they turn to each other and they nod. And I think it's Priyanka who conveys this as the sort of decider of what rumor would be. And she says, "So, given that your noble friend here," and gestures to Isaac, decided to forfeit his own vote, our winner is what did you say your name was? And points to Jackie.
Me?
Yeah, yes, you were closest on the soup, and you were technically second to the box, second on the soup. That's yes. You have won the bounty of this island for the year, and it's more food than any one person could ever truthfully consume. And
Can I share it with my friends?
In truth, part of our mutual agreement to flex the rules was in service of the trust that you would do just that. There is a small crowd that has started to gather at the stage as they're realizing the night is coming to a close, there's murmurs. It's not necessarily a cheer, but there is like a growing like conversation happening, and as you turn to them, they do erupt into a sort of applause.
And yes, for Jackie, but not just for Jackie, but truly for like, I think you even Ernst has finally made his way off the ship and sort of nods to you all and gives you a wave, and there is this implicit trust that you have all adhered not just to the values that like the values of sportsmanship that would hopefully suffuse any competition, but to the like spirit of kinship and equity that were the reason for the justification of a change to its rules in the first place. And as the night sets over Morning Glory Isle, you are full of food and ripe with company.
Can't wait to see you all again next year.
Yeah, we'll win it as a team again.
You're
Barely.
all invited to the castle.
Never been to a castle before?
Neither.
I would loveth to go if thou would sing some songs with me.
Oh, I don't know if I'm going to get plagiarized or monetized. I can't sing, so I'm not going to subject you all to it. But Jackie just bursts out into like a parody of Firework, and it's like, we're all fireworks. And just like I am to we are. And like grabs
Yeah.
each other's hands and starts spinning around in a circle.
Finley definitely joins you in this song.
We can call it Norman, You're a Firefly.
Yes!
Firefly.
Come on, let your butterfly fly.
Just
Yes.
spinning him.
Hell
That's
yeah.
amazing.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
So on that note, that like we're sort of perfect on timing, but I had a lot of fun. I don't know how y'all felt as players, but I had a lot of fun running this. And I want to make sure, Matt, you're here and ready for us to pass the reins over to you after we do our outros.
We are here. I
Great.
will message Billy. My heart is so large. I will speak on behalf of the audience and say that was just too stinking sweet. Oh,
Aw.
Oh, he's done with the giggles and he's on to the tears.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So outros for folks. You want to say your stuff one more time? One more again? Does
Sure.
anyone feel moved to start?
I will. My name is Taylor. I played Jackie tonight. You can find me at Virus05 on TikTok, and also here on Tales of Initiative every Wednesday night for Sunset over Vangalia. Thank you so much for this opportunity. It has been a lot of fun, so thank you very much, David. And thank you for Tales for hosting this fundraiser as well.
Mhm. I'm Emmy, aka Coral Pecan, on mostly the TikTok, but also YouTube, Instagram. You can check out our podcast under the Hives of Madness anywhere you listen to Spotify if you do enjoy Warhammer 40k lore. This has been such a taste breaker for me from Warhammer 40k, and thank you so much to Matt for reaching out for me and making this happen.
My name's Sabrina. I played Finley Windsor. You can find me on TikTok, all the social media platforms at BBEGBrina. And you can also catch me Sundays at Caleb the Bard _ channel, or listen to the Strangers Guild podcast.
Amazing. I'm Haley. I played Mori tonight or today, whatever it is at the moment for anyone that's watching. And I had a bloody blast. It was so good. David, that was fantastic. Thank you for running such a great game.
Yeah.
And you can catch me on more episodes of Tales, so subscribe and well you'll see us around.
Amazing. And I'm Dave. I was about to say I've been David, but I don't think my name is conditional. I'm David. You can find me on TikTok at David Jones Kraus, on Twitter at djoneskraus. I've been the GM for tonight. I also had a fantastic time running this game for y'all. And I think my brain is officially dead. It is 5:22 a.m. where I am. So on that note, I will pass it to Matt to transition us to whatever's to come next.
Bye, everyone.
Jazz hands.
Welcome back. Oh, hi,
Hello.
everybody. Matt,
How's it going?
how are you feeling about the game that we both were wide awake for and are here to help?
The one they definitely got a mid-show break.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, that
it wasn't us passed out and them just doing round robin break.
Yeah, absolutely. The one that we made sure everybody got their OSHA protocol of taking the time to.
I loved it. That is the first like heavy non-combat system I've ever seen. It was the first system I've seen with almost no dice rolling. There was a little bit of dice rolling at the beginning and like for world building purposes, like pick from tables and prompts and stuff. But it was just so much fun seeing characters interact, like where friendship was like the primary objective and where success was just like, here, spend a token. It was very, very interesting. It was just fun to watch, and it was something where it's very easy to just watch and be filled with joy the entire time.
What was your favorite moment
mention-
from the first 2 hours of the show?
The improvised notion that Taylor's character, that Jackie killed Carl's character Birdie, and that's how Birdie became a ghost to begin with. Like that is like the fact that they just sort of stumbled upon that randomly, and then like this dog running around just being wholesome, and it's like, oh, this random trinket that's in my hat. Oh, it's the brain of 99 demons. It's just like, what is that? I loved it. Look, 10 out of 10. Absolutely great time.
It was. Everyone was fantastic, and David, you killed it at GMing.
Absolutely.
On that note, we're very excited to jump into our next game, which everybody is primed and ready to get going. I know we're a little wonky on our times right now, but I think we're ironing it out pretty well right now. So
yes, we are, y'all. We are halfway through. We are halfway through the marathon. There's more behind us than there is in front of us. We're gonna keep going. We got more. We are trucking along on our goal. We fell a little bit behind, but let's see if we can make up time after getting through the wee hours of the American morning. Our poor Australians are now venturing deep into their early morning. So let's wish Haley and Taylor good luck as they adventure into the Isle of Domination.
Arnar!
Ooh.
Ah! Bengalia, I love you. One last thing before we go. Please, everybody, if you haven't checked out the big little tag on the top of the stream, please, please, please go and donate and do some great things for Extra Life. All the proceeds for tonight's 24-hour stream that me and Matt are struggle bussing through go directly towards children's hospitals. So please, if you get a chance, we'd love for you to donate. And the cool thing is most of these donations lead to awesome in-game benefits to the players. We've already had some super creative, fun, different, wild things happen to people. So please, if you guys can. If you can't, the other thing is Matt, I'm going to let you explain your part of it. Go for it.
I actually just dropped the boosts command. Anyone can use that if you'd like to remind yourself what donations can do. It's now updated for our upcoming game of Dragonbane. And the other way that you can help out If you don't have spare cash, if you can't make a donation out of pocket, click the follow button. You got a Prime membership, subscribe with Amazon Prime. Do that Prime sub. Hey, have you seen our YouTube channel? Go over there and subscribe. Each time those numbers go up during this marathon, that's an extra $1 that our sponsors will be donating at the end of
Whole time, I got you.
Just sassy girl windscreen wiper. Every one of those interactions is worth $1 at the end of the marathon. So we are already up to like $21, $22 when last I checked. So keep getting those numbers up. We are 4 followers away from 900 followers on Twitch. Keep going. Get us to punch through those milestones, and that is another way of contributing without any money out of pocket on your end.
Absolutely. So, yeah. And if you don't do any of those options, you hate kids. So
I knew it was coming, and I still.
It's free money. It's free real estate. You hate kids
Free
if you
real
don't
estate.
click one of those buttons. I don't know what to tell you. It's for the kids. So
It's for the kids.
It's for the
Think
kids.
of Quibble.
Fucking Quibble. Little
Quibble.
Quibble will grow up in a not doing great. So
Not in a horrible
better.
sci-fi dystopia where the big crunch is happening. and
absolutely. Don't
He's
think
forced to throw grenades at hollow harpies. Don't
don't think about Quibble. Quibble is
think about Quibble and that it motivates you to give money to the real Quibbles of the world. I've lost track.
Quibbles
Do we
of
want to
the world.
Do we want to pass it
Yeah,
over to our
probably.
amazing cast
That's fine.
waiting in the wings? Yeah,
All right.
I think that's probably ideal.
We'll see you guys soon.